Okay. Oh, buddy, it is not going well. So, I woke up this morning. I could have sworn. Okay, hold on. First thing that happened is I woke up on time. Everything was going good. Everything was great. And then where is it? So I bought the test taking material, whatever, about a year ago. Okay, I thought that I had until December. I thought I bought it around December. Apparently, I did not. Apparently, I bought it a year ago yesterday, meaning that I'd no longer have access to my practice tests. Yesterday was my last day. Had no idea. And if you've been keeping up with the streams, you would know that I've said a few times where I thought that I bought some of the labs and things like that, but it never really popped up. So I thought, well, maybe I just didn't buy it. Nope, I did. It's right here. And it expires tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. So not real excited about any of that stuff. The other thing is that I did was like, okay, well, like, you know, I need to study, I need to do this stuff, like, so I'm gonna go ahead and I'm just gonna like purchase it again, right? I'll go and buy it, and we'll hope that it keeps my data and whatever from my last whatever. Okay, so I go and do it, and let's see here. Okay, well, I just got my product keys, but it was saying that it was going to take up to 6 hours. Okay, and then after that, I was having all different types of issues where OBS was saying it was streaming, but it wasn't streaming, but then it was streaming, and then I tested it with another YouTube channel, and then it was streaming, and then I couldn't get it back to stream, and it's been a pretty scuffed morning. Yeah. So not very excited about that. So here's what we're going to do. Okay. I'm going to add my courses, and I'm not going to dox myself. That's definitely not what I'm going to do. By the way, I'm ParaDiddlePete. Welcome to my streams where everything's scuff all the time. All the time, always. Let's see here. Redeem. Okay, learn. So today's stream is going to be a really long one. Why is it invalid? No, it's not invalid. What? Why are you saying that this is invalid all of a sudden? So this is for the labs. Cool, got it. That's not an invalid key. Great, now I gotta go to tech support. Oh, it's just an automated message. This sucks. Oh. Why can't I do this? I don't want this. I don't want this. I thought oh my god, dude. Okay, we're cooking with gas now. All right, so here's what we're going to do. Let's get rid of all this stuff. Let's go back to the study active. All right. And it did keep all my stuff, except it got rid of all of my refresh takes. That sucks. I mean, it doesn't really matter for really anything, other than the fact that it was like kind of like a little badge of honor. It was like, ooh, look how many times I refreshed it. You know what I mean? Because I was studying. So, whoa, it doesn't have my second test? No way. Okay, this was the first one. Okay. Change course? Whatever. Whatever, man. All right. So this is our plan, okay? We are going to be strapped in for the long haul now that I know that I have all these resources and stuff, okay? We're going to review every single question of the test. Then we're going to go here, which is something that I did not know that I had, because there are practice questions for each section, and there's like little labs. I also just bought labs, so that way we can make sure that we understand the application of all of this stuff. Make sure that we understand and we can physically do. Okay? As much as I'm vibing with this, I'm not vibing with this. Okay, let's get rid of the... What do we need? I don't want this. What is this? I don't need this. And... I guess I could just put Asmongold in the background. That's, you know, that's pretty dope. Low bit lounge. That should be copyright free. At least no one's claimed it. All right. Okay. So that's what we're going to do. That's our main mission. Our main goal is to go through the test and take it. We might go through the questions after we take it, or maybe at least the ones that we didn't do. And then we're going to go through here and maybe look at some stuff, just because, like, apparently I had this all along and I had no idea because I didn't know how to access. I didn't know that this web page existed. Yeah, because apparently... Yeah, so all I ever did was click here. I never clicked on any of these other things. Don't see your course? I was like, well, no, I see my course. My practice test is right there. I don't know why they don't have it all, like, labeled right there. That's, you know, that sucks. Whatever, I guess. All right. Here we go. Review questions. Question number 1. So here was the scenario. I took a picture of it so that way I could read it. Wait, whoa. This did not pop up yesterday. No. This is the justification of, like, why it is doing what it's doing. Okay, let me pull up the picture so that way I can read the scenario. Okay, a company's medium-sized data center is adding a 30th rack enclosure, starting with redundant uninterrupted power supplies, UPS, redundant power distribution units, PDUs, and redundant layer 2 switches. Wait, is this number 1? Yeah, okay, just making sure. Layers 2 switches. The switches have been in production for a few years with up-to-date. Let me read that again because I'm awful at reading. The switches have been in production for a few years with up-to-date security settings, and the company will repurpose them with this new rack enclosure. However, the switch is currently not set to the configuration traffic base on purpose, nor to ensure other network devices can adequately talk to each other as any other network equipment. Additionally, the UPS and the PDU devices are brand new. So all of our power supplies are brand new. Before adding any other devices to the rack, add data center administrations. Before adding, oh my God, I'm old. Before adding any other devices to the rack, data center administrators must set up these devices and managing and monitoring. As one of the administrators, it is your task. Your task is to network these devices with defense and path strategy, and to secure them against tampering and abuse. Okay, the switches will allow new devices in the rack and securely receive a DHCP IP address for the initial setup. Switch ports should all be available for initial setup and secure after monitoring. So that's what's going on. That's the scenario. To sum it up, we have we're adding a new rack. We're adding 2 switches that we already have. We're repurposing them. They've already been in production and been doing things. We're just moving them to a different rack. We have 2 power supplies, this power distribution unit and uninterrupted power supply system. These are fresh and these are new out of the box. Okay, this is what I thought it was. I thought we needed to change default passwords because I thought that was going to be the absolute best thing to do. But that's wrong. The reason that's wrong is because they've already been in production for a few years. The default passwords have already been changed. We need to enable DHCP scope or Snoop. This is going to allow. What is this going to allow? Let's find out. We're just gonna use Google quick. What does DHCP Snoop allow? AI mode. Oh, good. I gotta update it.
DHCP snooping is a security feature that allows network switches to protect against unauthorized or malicious DHCP activity. It acts as a firewall between untrusted hosts and trusted DHCP servers. Specifically, DHCP snooping allows prevention of rogue DHCP servers by designating trusted ports connected to legitimate DHCP servers and untrusted ports connected to end-user devices. DHCP snooping filters out DHCP server messages received on untrusted ports, preventing unauthorized DHCP servers from distributing incorrect IP addresses and other network configurations. This safeguards against potential network disruptions.
Yeah, so that's why we need to have it. It's a security protocol to make sure that it's working well. We need to set up new VLANs because wherever this was before, it's not there now, right? So it was in one location and now it's in another location kind of thing. So we need to make sure that those are set up. Configure port security, that should already have been done. Disable unneeded switch ports. That should have also already been done because, again, these are repurposed switches. These are switches that we already owned, okay? Oh. Guess it doesn't matter. Oh, good. The chat broke. Why is everything breaking? And is it even gonna load? Okay, cool. It loaded. All right, sweet. So the power distribution unit. Okay, this is fresh out of the box, which means that everything needs to be done. Now, the reason I didn't put update network and firmware was because I was like, it's fresh out of the box. Why should I have to update that? But you don't know. I mean, like, you can buy a phone right now and it's gonna have up-to-date software, but it's not gonna have the up-to-date software, right? And then I didn't click enable telnet because I thought you weren't supposed to enable telnet. Like, why should we enable telnet? But what this says, I hate that I can't highlight this. Since uninterruptible power supply units is no, not that one. This one is straight out of the box. The network administrator should configure all listed security settings. So I thought disabling telnet was a security protocol because it's so like not secure, but apparently when you do that, okay. Now a UPS, nothing needs to be configured because it's not connected to the internet. It's not connected to it. So since the UPS is unmanaged, there is no need to configure network settings at all, network security settings. This would be the case for UPS with or without network cards, which are not connected to the network anyway. So that is the answers, okay? Ooh, excuse me, sorry. The SMP protocol is to monitor and manage the PDU devices, okay? This is the most up to date. And then the last question is, what action must you take to quickly get a newly mounted out-of-the-box device communicating with the other networks? The fastest way possible is to statically give it an IP address. Doesn't necessarily have to be the 100% correct one, but it needs to be some type of static one, and that's going to get you immediately up and running, okay? So that's what's going on with this. Again, for those y'all just joining, sorry for the late start, and this scenario was that it was they were adding a new rack. They were repurposing switches that were already in use for this rack, and the PDU, which is this PDU, and the UPS, which is over here, were straight out of the box. And it wanted to know, as the junior admin whatever, how are we going to set it up? So this is what needed to get done with the switches, is that the default password is already changed, enabling the DHCP snooping. We don't need to configure the ports because they're for security, because they're already configured, because they're already old switches. The switch VLANs need to be reset up because they moved, so they need to make sure they're in their right VLAN. And disable unneeded switch ports have already been done because that's already there. This is fresh out of the box, so everything needs to be done fresh out of the box. It is a UDP, it's not connected to the network, doesn't need to be done. This is the most advanced security that we have so far, and then static IP is the fastest way to get going. Let's look at number 2. Number 2 is really easy, okay? So basically, we are just trying to match the VLANs. The scenario with this one doesn't really necessarily matter. You're just trying to match the VLANs with the MAC address with the table. This is really, really easy. All I did was look at the last 4 digits, 9D2C, 9D2C, VLAN 10, boom. 6F12, 6F12, VLAN 10. D104, D104, 10. The reason this one got left out because it's 5C00, 5C00, VLANs, all of them. Well, that wasn't really an option, right? So I just left it out. B33F, B33F 20, D69, 69, D69-2, D69-2 is 20, and then 9C34, 9C34. Boom, that's it. Okay, easy one, easy money. Okay, now this one had a very strange, well, it's not very strange, but it had a lot of things going on with it. Okay, I took a picture of the scenario so that way we'd be able to read it. So here is the scenario in all of its glory. You are a junior network engineer with a medium-sized construction firm. They have multiple subnets to segregate traffic and only allow access between specific subnets. All subnets should be able to access the internet. Of course, that makes sense. You are troubleshooting communication issues in your company's network. Devices on the network can communicate with their subnets. So subnets can connect to other subnets can only talk within subnets. Devices on the network can communicate within their subnets, but they encounter obstacles when they are trying to communicate with other subnets and the internet. To help resolve the issue, you want to determine which devices are likely causing the problem and thus require inspection first. Considerations. Subnet B should be able to access subnet A, and it cannot, but it can access the internet. Subnet C should be able to access the internet, but none are able to. Subnet C has a few hosts with no network connectivity at all. So let's look at this. Okay, good. Okay, so let's look at this. Subnet C are devices that are right here, okay? We have some of them that are not even connected to the network whatsoever, and none of them can access the internet. So that means that we need to inspect these devices, and we need to inspect the access point. Now, Subnet B cannot talk to Subnet A, but it can talk to the firewall. Or sorry, it can talk to the WAN. So I thought that meant that we needed to talk to the switch, but in reality, we needed to talk to the actual devices here and make sure that those subnets are subnetted correctly. Okay? We need to, because the scenario said, that we are having communication issues with our company. The devices on the network can communicate to the subnets, but encounter obstacles when trying to communicate to other subnets. Now, why we need to... Oh, the reason we need to look at the firewall is because... Why? Why do we need to look at the firewall? You should check the firewall, wireless access point, and devices in subnet B and C to ensure correct configuration. I don't know. That doesn't really make sense to me why we need, because like all of them can access the internet. And the firewall is between the router and the internet. The only ones that couldn't access the internet was some devices in subnet C, but that was because they had no internet connectivity whatsoever. I don't see how that's a firewall issue. And if subnet B couldn't talk to subnet A, or even if subnet C couldn't talk to subnet A, the firewall has nothing to do with that. I mean, oh, okay, here it is. Here it is. Shoot. Let me just throw my phone. Considerations. Subnet C should be able to access the internet, but none of the devices can. That's why we access the firewall. So again, Subnet C has some devices that are not picking up any type of internet connectivity at all, so we need to check that. None of the devices in Subnet C have access to the WAN, which means that we need to check the wireless point and the firewall. I don't know why we wouldn't want to check the router. I would think that we would want to make sure that the router is also doing what it needs to be doing, but that's okay. What happened to the jams? Uh-oh. Somehow, when I dropped my phone, oh, there it is. Okay, I dropped my phone and I couldn't, like, y'all could hear the music, but, like, I couldn't. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Number 4.
Which of the following best describes the primary purpose of a lessons learned?
So, what is the best described of a primary purpose of a lessons learned session? To review the project outcome, both positive and negative, and identify improvements for the future. So a project learn session is after a project, or maybe after a giant milestone of a project, you come together and you talk about what went well, what didn't go well, what can be improved, and what needs to just stay. Okay. We'll go ahead. We'll hear the actual real answer.
A lessons learned session is a critical review of a project's process, successes, and failures, with the aim of identifying what was done well and what could be improved. The goal is to apply these insights to future projects to enhance performance and avoid repeating mistakes. It is a constructive and forward-looking process that focuses on learning and improvement.
Yep. Number 5. Ugh. Just update already. Oh, good. I updated it and now it doesn't work. Nothing's better than when that happens. Here we go. You'll just have to listen to my ugly mug. Which step of the CompTIA Network Plus troubleshooting methodology involves gathering information and identifying symptoms? That is the first one. Okay. The first step is to identify the problem. Okay. The second step is to create a theory. The third step, I believe, is to test the theory. Fourth step is to implement an action plan. And then I believe the fifth step is to do it and or document. Let's double check. Yeah, I think it's to implement. And then the sixth is to check to see if it worked. And then the seventh is to document.
The first step of the CompTIA Network Plus troubleshooting methodology is identifying the problem, which
Let's
includes
go.
approaching multiple problems individually and determining if anything has changed. The second step of the CompTIA Network Plus troubleshooting methodology is establishing a theory of probable cause.
Yep.
This involves questioning the obvious and considering multiple approaches. The fourth step of the CompTIA Network Plus troubleshooting methodology is to establish a plan of action to resolve the problem and identify potential effects. The fifth step of the CompTIA Network Plus troubleshooting methodology is to implement a solution or escalate as necessary.
Yep. And escalate means, escalate means two different things. It either could escalate by going to a higher like technician to do the thing, or it can escalate in terms of like severity. Like maybe it might still go up to like a higher person, but it could escalate, be like, this is a priority, this needs to get fixed.
Network administrator has identified a network misconfiguration on a host and has prepared a plan to resolve it. After implementing the solution, what course of action should the administrator take next?
So we need to check for system functionality. So they already implemented the system. This is part 6, I believe, is that we're checking for functionality.
After applying a solution, validate that it fixes the reported problem and that the system continues to function normally. Identify the results and effects of the solution.
Yep. Documenting the outcomes is the very last step. Duplicating the problem, that's part of 1. See, duplicating problem is a course of action commonly used in trying to identify the problem. Identifying the problem is step 1. You might not always be able to duplicate the problem, and just because you can't duplicate the problem doesn't necessarily mean that you can't still find a solution. Like the story that I told a few days ago with the GPUs, and that they needed a driver update. The drivers were like 3 years out of date. So regardless if the technician was able to replicate the problem or not, they needed to be updated because that was just a ticking time bomb, right? And then they didn't update them even when I asked them to because they were bad. All right, here we go.
New office floor uses high-gloss, shiny tile on the walls and on the building's inside pillars. Employees are reporting connectivity issues and slow download speeds. Which of the following is the most likely reason for the reported issues?
Okay, so I didn't fully know that reflection and refraction was a way of signal degradation. It makes total sense because like that's just how like Wi-Fi is basically like how water ripples when you throw a pebble in it, but in 3 dimensions when it comes to like your room and stuff. So I clicked absorption because that's the word that I was familiar with, but reflection makes a lot of sense.
A signal reflection is a multipath interference caused by mirrors or shiny surfaces. A high-gloss, shiny tile will have a mirror effect. A variable delay in the signal is also introduced in this case. A signal refraction occurs when radio waves bend and take a different path to the receiver caused by glass or water. A signal absorption happens when obstacles such as walls are in the signal's patch. Concrete walls are the most effective at absorbing the wireless signal.
Okay. Wow. That makes a lot of sense. My old junior high was built in like, I think the 80s. And it was made out of solid stone, like cinder blocks. Like the walls in between each classroom were cinder blocks. And there was no like there was no service in there whatsoever. Now, this was also back before, like, really the internet. Everyone was running on Edge or just 1G, you know, but still. Now, signal mismatch. What signal mismatch is like 2.4 versus 5 gigahertz. Like, I always use the example of my Arlo camera. I have an Arlo camera outside, and it operates only on the 4G network. Well, when I had Wi-Fi 6 only they threw out both signals, but it was mainly like 5G. I had to turn off my 5G and only have it push out a 4.5 or 2.4, so that way I could connect. And then when it came back in, it was automatically connected. So that's what a signal mismatch is. Moving on to the next one. Here we go.
The network administrator wants to protect the hosts and network infrastructure against attacks through an in-depth defensive strategy. Which of the following deploys systems in a secure configuration to harden the devices on the network and reduce the attack surface of service vulnerabilities that an attacker could exploit? Select 2.
Now, I'm pretty sure an in-depth defense strategy is multiple layers of defense, not just putting all your eggs in one basket. Let's do a quick little Google search real quick. Yeah, multiple redundant security measures to protect the organization's assets. So, what is that? What is that thing? Hold on. Walls. Whatever. I can't find it. I can't remember what it's called. But when I see this, I think of the Naruto with the where they do the thing and like all of these walls like come up, and like everyone's always amazed because they always get like blown down or whatever, and it's just like it's like 6 or 7 like giant ass walls or like gates that just like pop out of the ground. This is basically it. Like, oh, you cracked one password. Okay, well that's 1 out of 54. Good luck. You know what I mean? So what are our choices here? Reduce power levels. No, that has nothing to do with safety. Okay. Set up geofencing and default VLANs. That sounds right, but has nothing to do with like the safety protocols. Change default system credentials. Yes. Disable unnecessary network protocols. Yes. Okay.
Use secure protocols such as Simple Network Management Protocol, SNMP version 3, that uses encryption rather than SNMP v1 or v2 that does not use encryption. Devices such as wireless access points, switches, and routers sometimes ship with a default management password and should be changed during installation.
Yep. Let's go to the next one.
There are 2 ways a network administrator can manage network appliances on the network. One of the options is more secure and requires the administrator to physically go to the device and connect to it with a console cable. The second option allows the administrator to manage the appliance remotely, but is less secure and will only work if the network is up. What are the 2 management options described here?
Okay, so this is your test taking skills right here. Remember how I said there's always going to be a throwaway, or most likely there's always going to be a throwaway answer? That is the split tunnel or the SSH, but they're all here to trick you. The question is asking, what are the 2 management options? So the throwaway here is because this split tunnel and full tunnel have to do with VPNs. But because the question said, what are the 2 management options, since it says split tunnel versus full tunnel, if you didn't know what that was, you would think that that would be it, right? SSH is also a throwaway, but it's also a misdirect at the same time because it's asking for 2 options. This is only 1. However, this does deal with remote access. Okay, authentication and authorization considerations. This has to do with security, and it is 2 different types of management styles, but it's not what it's actually asking. If you look at what it's actually asking, it's asking for one way for it to be physically connected and one for the administrator to remotely access. So we're talking about inbound and outbound management. Inbound meaning that I'm here doing things, outbound meaning that I'm accessing it remotely.
In-band versus out-of-band management is correct because it refers to managed and unmanaged network appliances. An appliance that is managed can be managed via a console port, aux port, or management port. Device management can be done in-band over a link that shares traffic with other communications on the network, or out-of-band over a console cable.
All right, let's keep going.
What is the primary goal of a MAC flooding attack? To exhaust the memory used to store the MAC address table.
Okay. MAC flooding has to do with the layer 2 switch. It has to do with the ARP table or the MAC table, the address table. It has nothing to do with inflicting a switch with malware. To increase the network speed, it's actually going to do the exact opposite. To encrypt data between transmitted over the network. That doesn't happen with a switch.
The primary goal of a MAC flooding attack is to overwhelm the switch's memory that is used to store the MAC address table. By doing so, the attacker can cause the switch to behave like a hub, indiscriminately broadcasting network traffic to all connected devices. This state allows the attacker to sniff or intercept the network traffic more easily. Infecting the switch with malware is not the goal of a MAC flooding attack. While malware can be a threat to network security, MAC flooding specifically targets the functionality of the switch to disrupt normal network operations.
Yep. Here we go. Next.
A user is having a hard time connecting to a wireless AP access point that is not broadcasting its SSID service set identifier. Which of the following is the most likely cause of this issue?
Okay.
Select 2.
So this one's kind of a crappy question. So it's saying that someone is not able to access the access point that is not broadcasting its SSD. It's inferring, and you know how I feel about when you have to try to make inferences with questions. It's inferring that the person was trying to access the Wi-Fi by manually typing in the SSD because the SSD, the SSID, not SSD, that goes in your computer, was not showing up. That means that they were probably typing in the name wrong or typing in the password wrong. That's the average person doesn't know that you can manually type in an SSID. At least I don't think so. So I don't really like that aspect of it, but you can use your problem solving skills to figure it out. It's network latency has nothing to do with that because they can't even attach to the network. So how can it be latency? Network jitter, that deals with phone, that deals with VoIP, that's a Cisco phone or internet phone. It's not going to work. So that means it has to be wrong password, wrong name. But because the way the question is worded, you will feel very uneasy with it.
If SSID broadcast is suppressed, a node can still connect to it by entering the network name manually.
See?
SSID names are case sensitive, so entering a wrong name will prevent a wireless connection. A password, pre-shared key, or passphrase is normally required when manually entering in an AP's SSID. If the SSID name is correct, but wrong password, a wireless connection will not occur.
See, and even that explanation is kind of misleading too. I'm eating candy, by the way. A password, pre-shared key, or passphrase is normally required when manually entering in a AP's SSID. How about it's required when you access the AP the first time ever? Like, that's just how that works. Like, when have you ever attached yourself to a Wi-Fi at a school, a business, or something that was official, and you are you're the staff, not a guest, and you didn't have to put in credentials? Now, I mean, yes, the guest, whatever, you know, you didn't need to do it for the guest part, but still.
What is a strong indicator of packet loss on a network segment?
Okay, I felt uneasy about this. I didn't flag any of these questions, by the way. I should have.
High numbers of TCP retransmission.
Now, the reason I thought this, because it was an indicator of packet loss. I know that TCP, when it transmits things, if it's not correct, it says stop. Something's not going right. Resend me it. And so then it has to resend. Unlike UDP, which is kind of just keeps throwing crap. Sorry, I'm eating candy. It just keeps throwing crap. And so I sat here and I thought, okay, decrease number of HTTP requests. Well, probably not. We don't really use HTTP anymore. It's all HTTPS, and most HTTP is like blocked, so probably not. Increase use of encryption protocol. Well, I don't know how increasing a protocol is going to be a strong indicator of packet loss. Lower utilization of bandwidth. Maybe that makes sense a little bit, but bandwidth is really about how much data can transfer, not that if it's being utilized or not. So this one made the absolute most sense just based off of what I know about TCP. And as you can tell, I got it correct.
High numbers of TCP retransmissions and duplicate acknowledgements are strong indicators of packet loss. TCP retransmissions occur when packets are not acknowledged as received by the destination, prompting the source to send the packet again. Duplicate acknowledgements are sent by the receiver when packets arrive out of order, which can also suggest that some packets are lost. Both of these conditions signal that the network is experiencing issues with successfully delivering packets, likely due to packet loss.
Yep. All right. Next. I got tripped up on this one.
A security administrator is investigating recent logins to a server that has been compromised. Which log should the administrator view to check recent logins?
Audit log, not syslog. So it's time for us to figure out what is the difference between these. OIDs is in the MIS. They're files that are logged in the MIS. Object identifiers are stored in a tree structure. Part of the tree is the SNMP. Oh, okay, I was wrong. Wow, no, I think I still might be right. Anyway, let's figure out what the difference is between the audit logs and syslogs.
An audit log records the use of authentication and authorization privileges. It will generally record success-fail type events. An audit log might also be described as an access log or security log. Syslog is an example of a protocol and supporting software that facilitates log collection. It has become a de facto standard for logging events from distributed systems.
I'm not satisfied with that. I think I spelled that wrong. See what it says. Understand different keys. Okay.
Audit logs versus syslogs. Understanding the key differences. Both audit logs and syslogs system logs are essential for monitoring system activity and troubleshooting, but they serve distinct purposes and capture different types of information. 1. Audit logs. Audit logs are comprehensive records that track who did what, where, and when within a system. Their primary function is to establish accountability, facilitate forensic analysis in case of a security incident, and demonstrate compliance with regulations. Here's a breakdown of key aspects. Purpose, compliance, and accountability. Security monitoring to identify anomalies and potential breaches. Forensic analysis in case of incidents. Information captured, user activity, logins, logouts, actions performed. Access to sensitive data, system configuration changes, security related. Events, firewall rule changes, intrusion detection alerts. Characteristics typically more detailed and focused on security and compliance. Often required by regulations like HIPAA and PCI DSS. Ideally tamper-proof to ensure data integrity.
So then what does the syslog do if the audit log is doing all that crap?
2. Syslogs. System logs. Syslogs, as the name suggests, primarily focus on recording system events and operational activities. Their main purpose is to help diagnose errors, monitor system health, and optimize performance. Here's a closer look. Purpose, debugging and troubleshooting system issues. Monitoring system health and performance. Providing insights into the operational state of the system. Information captured. System status. Startup, shutdown, restart events. Error. Messages, warnings, and exceptions. Resource usage data. CPU, memory, disk space. Software. And hardware events. Characteristics offer. A broader view of system operations. Less focused on user actions and more on system processes. May not be as detailed for individual user actions. In essence, you can think of it like this. Syslogs provide a general log of system activities, like a daily journal of everything happening on your computer, according to Splunk. Audit logs are like a security surveillance camera, focusing on specific actions that matter for accountability and security, such as...
Okay, so that's really what it is. So syslogs are a general logging system for the system activities itself. The audit logs is a security surveillance system that focuses on like who got in, who got out, who did what, and things like that. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, traffic logs. I don't think traffic logs is an actual thing.
Performance and traffic logs record statistics for computing, storage, and network resources over a defined period.
Okay, it's just statistics. Okay, well, all right, that's fine with me. I understand. Let's move on. All right, good old bandwidth. Here we are.
A network consultant is conducting a test to determine the amount of data transferred through a connection over a given period. What is the consultant testing?
Bandwidth. So, I struggle with remembering what NetFlow is, but it's not audit logs. We just learned that. Okay. It's not baseline. Baseline is like the baseline configuration, all the passwords, all the wires, like all the stuff. So that way you always refer back to it when you change something in the topology. This is conducting a test to determine the amount of data that is transferred through a connection over a period of time. That is literally the definition of bandwidth. We'll do one and then we'll move on.
Generally, bandwidth refers to the amount of transferable data through a connection over a given period. An audit log records the use of authentication and authorization privileges. It will generally record success-fail type events. An audit log is also an access log or security log.
Cool. All right, next.
A network engineer has installed a new switch. What should the engineer check to troubleshoot the trunk port connected to the corporate network?
So this one is pretty blatant as well. It's not going to be byte count. That might be something, but not really. Like you really have to do some mental gymnastics to try to make byte count make sense. The engineer is installing a new switch. What should the engineer check to troubleshoot the trunk port? The misdirect is the duplex and the speed, because you would think that like, okay, maybe it's talking in half duplex or auto duplex or something like that, but that's not really how if it affects trunk ports, but not really. What really matters is the link state. We need to make sure the link state of the port is up, because it can only be two things. It can either be up or it can be down. It's not going to be latency, because latency is about the data transmission and how long it takes, not necessarily the port that it's connected to.
Link state measures whether an interface is working up or not down. You should configure an alert if an interface goes down so that you can investigate immediately. You may also want to track the uptime or downtime percentage so that you can assess a link's reliability over time. It is often helpful to monitor both packet counts and bandwidth consumption. High packet counts will incur a processing load on the CPU and system memory resources. If an interface operates in half duplex mode, there is likely to be a problem unless you support a legacy device. Latency is the time it takes for a transmission to reach the recipient, measured in milliseconds ms.
See, so the only one that really makes sense is link state. All right, now I got messed up. I got tripped up on this one.
The end-to-end or host-to-host layer is another name for which layer?
So I thought it meant end-to-end or host-to-host, like physically. I thought it was like a computer and a switch, or, you know, switch and router, something like that. I was like, okay, physical. New. Host, the transport layer is also known as the end-to-end and host-to-host layer. It identifies types of network applications by assigning it a port number, like HTTPS or HTTP. Okay, so that is what it means by host-to-host. Physical layer is responsible for transmission of bits from one node to another node over a physical medium. So if it would have said like end to end or host to host through a cable, it would have been physical. Okay. The data link layer is responsible for like the nodes in between the logical segments. It uses the MAC address. Oh man. I'm leaking. All right. The application layer provides an interface for software programs on the network host that establish a communication channel through low-level protocols. Okay, there we go. That's a level 1 concept. Here we go. Next one.
A network administrator uses a program that can use an access control list ACL to allow or deny control traffic from certain sources and apply rate limiting if a source threatens to overwhelm the route processor. What is this called?
Okay, so when it came to this one, I also was very uncertain. I used my context clues to try to figure this out. So it was like access control list. Well, I kind of know what that is. I don't fully understand it, but I know what it is. I know that it has nothing to do with MAC filtering, and I know that it probably has nothing to do with extensible
Extensible authentication protocol.
Authentication. Thank you. Authentication protocol. And at the time, I didn't fully understand what DHCP snooping was. So, but I did understand that the control plane policing used a combination of allowing and not allowing certain traffic. So that's why I picked that one.
Control plane policing is a policy that is designed to mitigate the risk from route processor vulnerabilities. Dynamic Host Control Protocol DHCP snooping causes the switch to inspect DHCP traffic arriving on access ports to ensure that a host is not trying to spoof its MAC address. Extensible Authentication Protocol is an access point that can implement a similar port security mechanism to switches. This is configured on the access point by Selection Enterprise Authentication. EAP also allows for device authentication using digital certificates. Media Access Control MAC filtering is a feature on a switch and access point that can be configured with an accept or deny list of known MAC addresses.
Okay, so let's look here and see what ChatbotGPT has to say. We're gonna look at the analogy.
3. Analogy. Think of the root processor like the brain of a router. Control plane policing is like giving that brain a security guard who only allows certain people to deliver messages and slows down anyone trying to scream too many commands at once, protecting the brain from being overloaded. 4. In-depth explanation. Control plane policing (COP) is a security feature used to protect the control plane of network devices like routers and switches. The control plane handles routing protocols, management traffic like SSH, SNMP, and other critical functions. If it becomes overwhelmed, for example by a flood of malicious traffic, the router could fail to make decisions or route traffic correctly. COP uses ACLs to filter which types of control traffic are allowed or denied. It also implements rate limiting, ensuring that even valid traffic can't overwhelm the control plane by sending too much too quickly. Let's quickly go through why the other options are incorrect. Extensible Authentication Protocol. EAP is a framework used for authentication, often in wireless networks and VPNs. It doesn't deal with ACLs or control plane protection. MAC filtering. This is a basic layer 2 security technique that allows or blocks devices based on their MAC addresses. It's used in wireless or switch port security, not for protecting the route processor or applying rate limits. DHCP snooping. DHCP snooping protects against rogue DHCP servers by inspecting DHCP messages. It does not use ACLs in the way described, nor does it protect the control plane. 5. Real-world example or scenario. A network administrator at a large enterprise notices that their router is lagging and dropping routing updates. Upon investigation, they find that a misconfigured host is blasting ICMP messages to the router's IP address, flooding its control plane. To fix the issue, the admin enables control plane policing, using an ACL to limit ICMP traffic and rate limit it to a safe threshold. The router immediately becomes stable again, as its control plane is now protected from overload.
Okay, so that gave us a little bit more understanding between what all these things are and why it is control plane policing. Let's move on. All right, I'm not gonna lie, I totally forgot what LDAP was when I was taking this.
A A network technician is probing the organization's network, procedure, and firewalls for areas of weakness. What will a threat actor utilize if the weakness is discovered?
I forgot what LDAP was, and because I forgot what LDAP was, I got shook, and then I answered it really stupidly. You have to remember these academic definitions of things. So what will the threat actor utilize if the weakness is discovered? A threat actor, like a hacker, someone who wants to do malicious intent, they're going to exploit the weakness.
Exploits are either developed by threat actors or exposed by unintentional weaknesses in procedures. Threat assessment is the process of identifying threat sources and profiling the types and capabilities of threat actors.
So in all reality, it's the only thing that makes sense, because Kerberos is basically the ability to have like a password. The threat actor is not going to utilize Kerberos. That's what we would use to keep them out. Okay. Lightweight directory access protocol, the LDAP, is a directory standard, but is not a directory standard, but a protocol used to query an update, like X.500, like directory. That kind of has nothing to do with anything. And then the NAC is a system for authenticating endpoints when they are connected to a network. Again, like that isn't what, like, the threat actor might use this in order to attack, to authenticate, or spoof authentication rather, but exploits is the only thing that makes sense. This was a silly question to get wrong. There we go. Wait. Yep, we're good.
When an internet customer wants to set up a small office, home office, SOHO network, what are the main concerns with using a pre-shared key PSK wireless local area network WLAN authentication to encrypt communications? Select 3.
Okay, so when you're using the PSK, all three of these things is what happens. So it periodically changes the key by default. And what a PSK is, from what I understand, is that it's this main shared key that's like this, the mother of crap, if you can think of it like that. Okay, and then you have these other protocols that use its pre-generated stuff in order to create its own passkeys. So, but some of the problems with it is that it will periodically change its key. I believe that this is a security issue. A pre-shared PSA key fails to provide accounting. Okay, a pre-shared key is default to set up in general. It's difficult to set up in general. No, it's not. It's actually really, really easy. So, distribution, man, of the key or passphrase cannot be secure. That is also very, very true. Okay.
A pre-shared key PSK means using a passphrase to generate the key that encrypts communications. However, with PSK, distribution of the key or passphrase cannot secure properly, and users may choose unsecure phrases. A pre-shared key PSK is also referred to as group authentication because a group of users shares the same secret. Therefore, PSK fails to provide accounting as all users share the same key. With a pre-shared key, PSK users may choose unsecure phrases. However, changing the key periodically, as would be good security practice, is difficult. The advantage of a pre-shared key PSK is that it is simple to set up. A PSK is generated from a passphrase, which is like a long password.
Think of it like this. If something is simple, chances are it's not very secure. Or like, you can think of it like this. The more security that you want, the less freedom you will have as an individual. Okay? The more freedom you want as an individual, the more your security becomes your responsibility. So like, I want to build a server because I want to protect my data and like all this stuff. That means that all the firewalls, all the protection, all the stuff that happens is now on me, because I'm not going to rely on Frontier, AT&T, Verizon, or anything like that. So, yep, moving on.
An Active Directory administrator is trying to identify the primary authoritative name server. What can they check to discover this information?
Okay. We're gonna let this read it to us, but we're also going to make sure that we understand all of these stupid acronyms.
The Start of Authority SOA record identifies the primary authoritative name server that maintains complete resource records for the zone. There is only one SOA record. Other servers use NS records to identify the IP address of servers holding the domain's resource records. The time to live TTL is an IP header field, not a type of record. It is reduced by 1 every time a packet is forwarded by a router referred to as a hop. A TXT record is used to store any free-form text that may be needed to support other network services. A single domain name may have many TXT records.
Okay. So I 100% guessed on this question. I knew that it wasn't time to live, and I knew that it wasn't TXT, but I had no idea if it was NS or SOA. Okay, and as we just read, the start of a authentication, which is SOA record, identifies the primary authoritative name server that maintains complete resource records for the zone. I hate these so much because they use the word records so often. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go from the analogy all the way down to here.
3. Analogy. Imagine a DNS zone like a library, and all the named servers are librarians. The SOA record is the head librarian's ID badge, identifying who's in charge, who to go to first for any updates or authoritative answers. 4. In-depth explanation. SOA Start of Authority record. The SOA record is the first record in any DNS zone file. It identifies the primary authoritative name server for the zone. It also includes metadata such as the zone administrator's email, serial number used for replication, refresh, retry, expire values, and the default TTL. This is exactly what you check when trying to identify the primary authoritative name server. Now let's rule out the other options. TTL, time to live. TTL determines how long a DNS record should be cached by resolvers. It has nothing to do with identifying name servers or authority. NS name server. The NS record lists all authoritative name servers for the domain. It does not specify which one is primary, just the pool of authoritative servers. You need the SOA to know which is the primary. TXT text. TXT records hold arbitrary human-readable data, like SPF records for email. They have zero involvement in determining authoritative servers. 5. Real-world example or scenario. An admin managing the DNS zone for company.local wants to know which DNS server is considered the source of truth for replication or zone transfers. They use the enslookup or dig command to query the SOA record, which returns something like pgsql copy edit company.local, SOA ns1.company.local.
Okay, we don't need it to read all of that stuff. Okay, so makes a little bit more sense about what this is now. Okay, what was in NS? Did it not say? Oh. Other services servers use NS records to identify the IP address of servers holding domain names. So it is the start of all authority record identifies the primary authoritative name server. Got it. What's the actual question again?
An Active Directory administrator is trying to identify the primary authoritative name server. What can they check to discover this information?
Okay, the SOA. Moving on.
A security specialist wants to enhance a company's physical security because of some failing detection-based security controls. If the network infrastructure is already in place, what is a relatively inexpensive detection-based control and effective deterrent that can improve the resilience of the perimeter gateway?
So, video surveillance was the one that made the most sense. Excuse me. A smart badge reader is going to be a filtration system to determine who can get in the building and who can't. Same thing with fingerprint scanning. Now, an iris scanner, I have no idea what that is. I don't see it immediately. Let's see what it says.
Camera-based surveillance is a cheaper means of monitoring than maintaining separate guards at each perimeter gateway or zone. These cameras can be easily connected to an already available IP-based network. A smart badge comes with an integrated chip and data interface that stores the user's key pair and digital certificate. This type of security system requires additional resources to implement that will increase cost. A biometric device is activated by human physical features, such as a fingerprint. Each user's biometric is recorded as a template and stored on an authentication server, which requires additional resources. A biometric device includes iris scanners. This requires additional resources.
I just noticed that it said iris, not Irish. There's no H. So, an eye scanner. So, The only one that made sense that's going to be for the perimeter is the video surveillance. Like, I mean, come on. Like, what are we even talking about?
Which tool is another non-graphic useful packet capture and analysis tool alongside TCP dump?
Now, I legitimately did not know this. And although Wireshark is a popular graphical packet analyzer tool, it's not a command line. I should have known better. The reason I picked Wireshark is because, one, I know what Wireshark is. I know that it's a packet sniffer. I know that it can do things like TCP dump. And all of these I knew were commands. And I was like, okay, well then maybe it's this one. When in reality it was the opposite. Wireshark was the throwaway because it was the only one that wasn't a command.
ngrep is another useful packet capture and analysis tool alongside TCP dump. ngrep stands out for its ability to use regular expressions to search and filter capture output, making it a powerful tool for analyzing network traffic. Although Wireshark is a
Whoops. All right, moving on.
A network administrator is upgrading systems and wants to ensure the system is as secure as possible against attacks resulting from flaws in software. Which procedure should the admin implement to best manage the installation of updates such as hardware, firmware, and software?
The answer is implementing patch management. This is, again, another one that's very common sense. Okay, so what we're doing is we have which procedure should the admin implement to best manage the installation of updates such as hardware and firmware. So if you understand what management is and like a management plan, then implementing a patch management is it. Using secure protocols, that doesn't really make a lot of sense. Installing a hotfix, I don't even know what that is. Using a file hash, not necessarily sure what that is either. But even though I didn't know what these were or what those were, that just made so overwhelming sense that had to be the answer.
Patch management refers to the procedures put in place to manage the installation of updates for hardware, firmware, and software. A secure hash algorithm is a means of fingerprinting a file to prove the integrity of a downloaded file. If the hashes do not match what the developer published, one should not trust the file. A hotfix is an update designed for and released to certain customers only, though they may be included in later service packs. When using a secure channel, such as Secure Shell SSH or HTTP over SSL TLS, the communications are protected by the host's private key.
Interesting. I didn't know that was called a hotfix. That makes a lot of sense.
A firewall configuration handles threat management with an active approach. Which feature operates this way?
This one right here.
An intrusion prevention system, IPS, is an inline security device that monitors suspicious network and/or system traffic and reacts in real time to block it. An IPS uses an active approach to threat management.
Yes, sir. Now, I forget what AAA servers
A repeater is a device that amplifies an electronic signal to extend the maximum allowable distance for a media type. A wireless controller is a hardware device or software application which can centralize the management function of a wireless network. An extended service set is defined in a wireless network. An authentication, authorization, and accounting AAA device uses a security concept where a centralized platform verifies object identification, ensures the object is assigned relevant permissions, and then creates an audit trail.
Okay, and to be fair, we have like A record, AA record, AAA service, and then quadruple A. So like there's a lot of A's. There's a lot of A's out here. So the firewall configuration handles threats management with an active approach. Which feature operates this way? It's not going to be amplification for like the same thing. Good day, back at it again. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are back at it again, Oaks. And it was pretty scuffed this morning. The review's going pretty well. I did have a little bit of an issue this morning. My CompTIA practice test expired. I had to buy it again. And then I found out that I had all these labs. So we're going to do all the labs and stuff after we take a practice test. So yeah, so you came in it. It's going to be a really, really long stream today because we're going to go through a lot of things. So I want to take my test this week. So anyway, all right, pushing forward. With this stuff, the wireless controller doesn't make any sense in terms of configuration handling threat management. That doesn't, no. A wireless controller is literally a controller that handles the wireless connections. Not like a physical, like I'm holding like, not like a physical controller. Just so we know. Some people out there are pretty literal.
A systems administrator wants to set up IPv4 forwarding for the purposes of load balancing and failover. Which of the following should they use?
Okay, this is another one that I kind of went brain dead on. I knew that it wasn't broadcast. Broadcast is when it sends out to literally everyone. Multicast is when it sends out to multiple people, but not everyone. So let's say that there's like 10 people on the network. I'm multicasting to 3, you know? Unicast means I'm only sending it to 1. So I use my problem solving skills, my test taking skills to realize that it would be anycast. So now that I know that it's right, I now know that anycast is a system administrator who wants to set up IPv4 forwarding for the purpose of load balancing and failover. So if something fails, I'm going to anycast to something, I'm assuming.
Anycast means that a group of hosts is configured with the same IP address. It allows for load balancing and failover between the server hosts sharing the IP address.
Okay, makes sense. And just so that we have the others, man, I'm getting sleepy. I need to make tea.
A broadcast can be performed by sending a packet to the network or subnet's broadcast address. IPv4 multicasting allows one host on the internet or private IP network to send content to other hosts that have identified themselves as interested in receiving the originating host's content. When an IPv4 host wants to send a packet to a single recipient, it uses a unicast packet addressed to the IP address of the destination host.
Interesting. Okay. Number 26. We're going to go to 40, and then I'm going to go make tea.
An engineer connects two network devices together that do not have the auto MDI MDIX enabled by default. The devices each have a medium-dependent interface MDI port. For the devices to properly communicate with one another, the engineer uses which type of cable?
Okay, we went over different cables, and we probably spent way too long on like the cables and what they are and things like that. So what's going on with it is that if it is a like device, a switch to a switch, it's going to be a crossover cable. If it is unlike devices, a switch to a computer, switch to a router, it's going to be a straight through. Duplex is how these things talk. So like if you're connected to a switch, duplex is going to be whether it can talk at the same time or if it has to wait. Bidirectional refers to two-way communication. Bidirectional does not imply the ability for full duplex. It may only be half duplex. This means send and receive is taken in turns. What I don't understand, how is bidirectional not full duplex? Like, how are you going to have something labeled bidirectional and have it not be full duplex? Okay, anyway, moving on. Number 27.
A tech configures a medium-sized business to utilize an ad hoc approach when connecting wireless devices. These devices allow connections to and from each other. Which of the following applies to an ad hoc topology?
I'm actually really excited about this. I always knew that this was possible. I didn't know it had a name, which was ad hoc. And I can't wait to set up my home network with my own server and like all have it be local and not attached to the WAN. And I still got to kind of figure out the topology of it, what I'm going to do and stuff. So this concept right here really, really excites me because I get upset when I try to print something wirelessly, but my printer has to connect to the WAN. Why does my computer have to connect to the WAN? It should only have to connect to the LAN. You know what I'm saying? All right. Now, the reason how I knew that this was a basic service set is because it's independent. Ad hoc is independent. Okay. Ungovernable. Okay, think of it like that. It's not just a basic service set, it's an independent basic service set. It is able to roam and extend service areas. No, that has nothing to do with it. If anything, it's the exact opposite. It is grouped into extending services. Nope. Extending services, I believe, is extends the ISSD, like the internet, the Wi-Fi name, to other APs so that way, no matter where you are in the building, it's always the same Wi-Fi. Actually, let's oh, it doesn't really give it, does it? Anyway, we'll move on.
A network administrator is unable to access files on a remote system. A network firewall seems to be blocking traffic from passing through. Which of the following will the administrator most likely need to reconfigure for inbound and outbound traffic?
Okay.
Select 2.
If you're not new to the streams, you know that I struggle with ports because there's a lot of them. And I just feel like it's random, the ones that they want us to know. So I did my best educated guess that I possibly could. The reason I went with what I went with was because of this. We're network administrators unable to access files on a remote system. The network firewall seems to be blocking traffic from passing through. Which of the following will the admin most likely need to configure for inbound and outbound traffic? FTP is file transfer protocol. The T stands for trivial. So trivial file transfer protocol. This is like really small, like packets, basically really small things of data. So it makes the most sense that I would reconfigure inbound and outbound to let in at least TFTP. When it came to figuring out the ports, whether it was going to be TCP port 110 or TCP port 20, totally took a shot in the dark. Port 20, for whatever reason, felt more familiar with me, so that's the one that I went with. But there was no logical anything behind why I picked what I picked.
Trivial File Transfer Protocol, TFTP, is a file transfer service which is a connectionless protocol running over UDP port 69. It is suitable for transferring small files. File Transfer Protocol, FTP, is a connection-oriented protocol running over TCP port 20 and 21. TCP port 20 is used for data connection on the server side, and TCP port 21 is used as a control port. Simple Mail Transfer Protocol.
Okay, so that makes sense why I was more familiar with it, because FTP, File Transfer Protocol, is over port 20.
SMTP makes the connection from the sender's server to that of the recipient and transfers an email message. It uses port 25. Post Office Protocol, POP, is a mailbox protocol now commonly used as POP3. The client establishes a connection to the POP server on TCP port 110, and contents are downloaded.
Now, if I'm correct, I'm pretty sure that POP3 is kind of old. Like, people don't really use POP3. I think what people mainly use is SMTP. You can access this in your iPhone, actually, very easily, because the iPhone has a universal mail app where you can connect everything in there. And sometimes if you're not able to update mail or whatever, it might be because your SMTP is not working, or the POP3 is not working. Actually, I might even call it iPop. That sounds like something stupid Apple would do.
What steps should you take first when troubleshooting overheating issues with network devices? Select 2.
Okay. This one was really easy. You just had to read the answer choices.
Keep the devices away from direct sunlight.
Sounds good.
Ensure good airflow around intake and outlet vents.
Makes
Change
sense.
the IP address of the devices.
Has nothing to do
Install
with heat.
additional RAM in the devices.
Negative. This one was probably one of the easiest questions. Like, as soon as I answered this, I was like, oh yeah, man, I'm a network engineer. I know how to handle heat transfer. I know how to handle airflow. I'm a technician. Then I went to this question and I felt stupid again.
A security administrator is investigating anomalous activity from a particular host. The administrator looks in DNS and sees the following address: 1.100.51, 98.in-adr.arpa. What type of record is this?
So, I didn't know, because all I'm doing is studying bookwork. I didn't know I had access to these labs. Now that I have access to these labs, we're definitely going to like do all the labs, right? But my thing is that I didn't know that when you did a pointer record, that it came back like this. If I would have known that, then I would have immediately known it. And that's just because, like, I'm not actually physically doing it. I'm just studying books. LOL, sir, let me give you an Poppy IP address so your system runs cooler. Hey, so back when I was a band director, what I used to do, because they would ask me to like run sound for like choir events and like whatever, because I was the percussionist, so like apparently that makes me an audio engineer. And so I would set up all the microphones and stuff, but I was trying to get paid more, and I was trying to like convince the admin that like only I knew how to work this stuff, which was kind of true. But I needed to make it look like it was way harder than it actually was. So what I would do is I would sit there at the choir concert and I would just like hit buttons and like pretend I was moving knobs, and like I would move faders up and down that weren't even like connected and stuff like that. They had no idea. And I was like, yeah, I think I was able to balance that pretty well. And the admin would be like, oh yeah, man, it sounded really good. I could really tell that you were working over there. I was like, oh yeah. Can we talk about my stipend now? You know, I would just literally just pretend that it would work. Anyway, they did not give me a stipend. If anything, they stopped giving me a stipend. All right, let's review real quick a pointer.
A reverse DNS query returns the hostname associated with a given IP address. This information is stored in a reverse lookup zone as a pointer PTR record.
Reverse lookup zone as a pointer record. I get this one. I get this confused.
A reverse DNS query returns the hostname associated with a given IP. A canonical name, CNAME, or aliases record is used to configure an alias for an existing address record, A or AA. Additional learning. Preview.
Okay, so a canonical name is an alias and it's a record. And I know that A is IPv4 and quadruple A is IPv6. Yes, and that's exactly what's going on here. What type of domain name system record holds the information, which is, and it gives a IPv6 address. That would be quadruple A. Single A record is going to be IPv4. Where I get in trouble is where we have 2 A's and 3 A's. 3 A's is like authentication, authorization, and something else. MX is mail exchange. And the SRV is a record used to identify a record that is providing a network service or protocol. It is often used as to locate voice over internet. Cool. Next.
In regard to wireless access.
Cool. Don't read the whole question then.
A user submits a help ticket indicating that they only have 1 bar of signal at their desk. What issue is the user having in regard to wireless access?
The key right here is at their desk. That's how you know it's not interference, it's distance. Because you might have service if you get up and like, I don't know, go to the other end of the room or something like that. But at your desk, you don't have enough service.
A network engineer must build out a server application for the business's mail server. The engineer determines each component that is needed and how they will function holistically. What is the name of the process that the engineer is using?
Configuration. Now, this is one that I didn't know that configuration was like an actual like process. I just thought that was something that you did. But I knew that it wasn't router or cloud side or UPS. Yeah, the UPS is this power supply. So a network engineer is building out a server application for a business mail server. The engineer determines each component that is needed and how they will function holistically. What is the name of the process that the engineer is using? Configuration.
Configuration is the display or setup method selected to support a particular application role, web server, mail server, file print server, and so on. A router is an intermediate system working at the network layer capable of forwarding packets around logical networks of different layer 1 and layer 2 types.
Yeah, for many companies, the most cost-effective solution is to move processing and data storage to a cloud site. Which is good, but at the same time, it's like the cloud, like, it's not just that the internet runs the world, it's clouds. Clouds run the world. And I don't know if I necessarily think that's a good idea. Buddy, I got wrecked on this one. I remember taking this one and being like, well, you know, it could be authentication and authorization. No. Here, let's read the question and I'll explain my thought process.
What access security controls are important to consider when managing remote access for network administrators? Select 2.
So it wanted to know security controls. I know that there are security controls when it comes to remote desktop connections and secure shell session, which is SSH. Okay. However, it wanted to know what the security controls were when managing remote access. So when you're trying to manage, like, these give you remote access, but they have things inside of them that manage the remote access. That's authentication and authorization. And I bet you anything, if we read all this, it'll make me look like a clown.
Administrative access to devices must always use strong authentication security controls. This verifies the administrator's identity and provides accountability. Administrators must be authorized to log onto a device and manage its services. Authorization can be given to individual users or groups. Authorization determines what rights and privileges a particular entity has. A secure shell SSH session is an access method or connection that allows an administrator to securely implement remote configuration changes to network devices. A remote desktop connection is an access method that allows an administrator to access, for example, a Windows server that hosts firewall services, from which further administrative changes can be made using a graphical user interface GUI.
GUI. I've been using the GUI. Alright, so that's why it's not those. I literally went for the misdirect. It got me. It got old Pete this time.
A network technician is installing sensors to measure environmental conditions in an equipment closet. A sensor is attached to the fire suppression system. What will this sensor detect?
Okay, so dude, this one 100% got me. Because I was like, oh, a sensor that attaches to the fire suppression system, it's got to be like a temperature gauge, right? Like, oh, the temperature is too hot, fire, whatever. It's definitely not going to be electrical or humidity. Like, why would it be those things? It's flooding. I'm not OSHA approved. I didn't know. Dang it. I hate when I do that.
Regarding flooding, there may be natural or person-made flood risks from nearby watercourses and reservoirs, or leaking plumbing or fire suppression systems. High temperatures will make it difficult for device and rack cooling systems to dissipate heat effectively. Regarding electricity, computer systems need a stable power supply, free from outages, blackouts, voltage dips, brownouts, and voltage spikes and surges.
Okay. So now that I know that a flooding sensor is attached to a fire suppression system. And I can make that make sense because, like, you do need some type of flooding prevention or sensor of some kind. If nothing else, in case a pipe breaks or something, you know, a building or a room can flood and it have nothing to do with environment or like outside environment. Oh, buddy, we got some stuff to talk about with this one. This one. Okay, here we go. Let's read it.
An IT engineer works with desktop installation technicians who deploy new computers to users. The installation technicians report that users in one area of the building do not achieve network speeds above 100 Mbps. After evaluating the cabling choices, the IT engineer determines that the problem area uses which type of cabling.
Okay, so when I did this, when I went through the review and everything like that, and I'm pretty sure it's on stream somewhere in my hours of streaming that I did last week, it said Cat 5 is capable of 1 gig speed. And I sat here and I said, Cat 5 capable of 1 gig speed? Huh, that makes sense because they've had 1 gig internet speeds for over a decade now, and Cat 5 has been the standard. That's the standard with everything. Huh, I remember when I had to live stream graduation at a high school for 4 years. I did this. And we used Cat5 cables to transmit the upload and the download speed. Not Cat5e, Cat5. And everyone was in agreement that Cat5 would be able to handle the 1 gig speed that the fiber internet was giving us, and that we would be able to do this. Come to find out that Cat3 handles 10 megabytes per second, and Cat5 only handles 100 megabytes per second, but can handle allegedly 1 gigabyte per second speeds under correct conditions. These correct conditions mean that it can't be around any type of electrical interference, and it has to be extremely, extremely, extremely close. This made me realize when I first got my very first apartment, and my next apartment, and my apartment after that, I basically moved every single year from the age of 20 to 30. Okay. I would get a new internet service provider. They would give me the little box, and they would give me a Cat5 cable. I would pay for 1 gig internet. I would never get it. It was because they would always give me a Cat5 cable. So let's sit here and let's think here. The government spent, I don't even know how many billions of dollars, in an initiative to make 1 gig internet speed the standard across the country, right? And the telephone companies like AT&T and Verizon, all these internet providers, they sat there and said, okay, we can do that. That's the initiative. Let's do it. And then they went around and told everyone that it was 1 gig speed, and then gave them a cable that wasn't necessarily capable of 1 gig speed. And then everybody was upset that I'm paying for 1,000 megabytes and I'm not getting 1,000 megabytes. Why am I not getting 1,000 megabytes? Because the cable that they gave you was wrong. So goes back to my original argument, my original crash out about these cables is, why the hell was Cat 6 not the standard for the last 7 years, 5 years, 10 years? Why, when fiber internet came out, why was Cat 6 not the standard? Because Cat 6 can handle gigs, a 1 gig speed. It can handle 10. Why? I don't know. Because fuck the consumer, I guess. That's all I gotta say. Like, it makes me so livid. Okay? And if we look here, Cat5e defines as an important Cat5 cabling is improved speeds from 100 to 1 gig speed. Okay? But the cables that they were giving out were not Cat5e. 5e. That's not what they were doing. Cat5e didn't really become like the mainstream for like a while. Because I remember going to Best Buy and asking if I needed Cat5e or what the difference was, and they're like, well, it's not really much of a difference at all. If anything, it slows you down. Maybe that was just one dude. Maybe it was just one thing. But anyway, that is why the answer to this is 100 megabytes per second, because Cat5 is 100 megabytes per second, which is also crazy to think that the gap between Cat5 and Cat6 is literally over 10 gigabytes. That's an insane jump in technology. Okay. Anyway, that's it. That's my soapbox. Let's get back to it.
A network architect is looking for topologies commonly used in a variety of wide area networks, WANs implementations that use satellite and wired links. Which of the following topologies should they use?
Okay, so we have a network architecture is looking for topologies commonly used in a varied of wide area networks. Okay, implementations. Excuse me. That uses satellite and wired links. The only one that makes any remote sense whatsoever is I need. Oh, I thought she said surgery protection. Wait, I need a surge. Oh, I need a surge protector for my classroom. You want me to order you one? Yes. Okay. This is the only one that makes any type of sense whatsoever. Because if you're dealing with satellite and wired links, it has to be a mesh. Which, okay, by the way, not to keep going on my tangent or whatever, but that initiative that the government spent billions of dollars on in order to make the country have like internet speeds of 1 gig, it's not an initiative anymore. It's just not. Their goal is to make sure that everything is going to be 100 megs download and 1 meg upload, and that is their initiative throughout the entire country. And yeah, so all that taxpayer money, gone, poof, gone. Yep. And living life on 100 megabytes per second download and 1 meg upload, or 10 megs upload, that's like not. No, that's not acceptable anymore. Anyway, so the mesh is the only thing that makes sense. Bus, ring, star, all these things are not going to be dynamic enough because they can't connect all to each other. All right, let's get back on it.
What is the most likely cause of a network experiencing continual bottlenecks?
Okay, continual bottlenecks is the answer. Sorry, is the key. So scheduled nightly backups. How many people are actually on the business network nightly? Not a lot. That's not going to create a lot of bottlenecks. The majority of the company is going to be operating during the daytime. Okay, occasional video conferences. Occasional means that this is not going to be continual bottlenecks. They would be occasional bottlenecks. Black or white? White. Seasonal increase in web traffic. Seasonal is also not continual. It is periodic. So it's going to be a device related issue. Okay, we'll read through this real quick just to make sure.
Continual bottlenecks in a network are most likely due to device-related issues. This can include hardware that is underpowered, outdated, or malfunctioning, which cannot handle the regular data flow efficiently. Such devices become persistent choke points, reducing the overall network performance regardless of the specific type or volume of traffic. Seasonal increases in web traffic can lead to temporary bottlenecks during specific periods, but are not the cause of continual bottlenecks. Once the seasonal increase subsides, the bottleneck should resolve if the network devices are adequate. Scheduled nightly backups can cause increased network load and potential bottlenecks during the backup window, but these are not continual. The network should return to normal performance after the backups are completed. Occasional video conferencing can strain network resources, leading to temporary bottlenecks, especially if multiple high-definition streams are involved. However, these bottlenecks are event-specific and not continual, resolving once the conferencing activity ends. Additional learning. Previous finish. Review next.
All right. Cool. 39.
A network technician is trying to troubleshoot attenuation and measure accordingly. What unit of measurement expresses attenuation?
Now, I knew, just because like I know that it's going to be dB because it's measured in decimals. Now, I didn't know what S and R was. Maybe I do know, I just don't remember. I didn't know what MS was. I knew that it wasn't megabytes per second. That would be dumb. So that's how I got this right. But I don't know what these two things are. So let's see what this is.
Attenuation is the loss of signal strength, measured in decibels dB. dB expresses the ratio between two measurements, and in this case, signal strength at origin and destination. Noise is anything transmitted within or close to the channel that is not the intended signal, and expressed as the signal-to-noise ratio, SNR. Important network performance characteristics are bandwidth, throughput, packet loss, and the speed at which the system delivers packets. Speed, measured as a unit of time, is typically milliseconds ms. Throughput is an average data transfer rate achieved over a period of time, excluding encoding schemes, errors, and other losses incurred at the physical and data link layers. Its unit of measurement is in Mbps, or gigabits per second.
Okay, that all makes sense. This one got me, guys. They got old Pete this time. I didn't read. Well, I did read that it said 3. but I only selected one. I didn't select the other two. That's the only reason why I got this one wrong. Okay. But let's go over it anyway.
An administrator is looking at a network diagram that shows the data path between a client and server. What diagram types is the administrator looking at? Select 3.
I mean, it literally just makes so much sense. He's looking at a logical topology, a physical topology, and a wiring diagram. I don't know what IDF is. Oh, we got to be careful when you say that on YouTube. A intermediate distribution frame provides intermediate. Here, let's just.
A logical network diagram demonstrates the flow of data through a network and shows how devices communicate with each other. A physical network diagram shows the physical arrangement and location of the components that make up the network and includes the hardware and cabling. A wiring diagram, or pinout, shows detailed information about the termination of twisted pairs in an RJ45 or RJ48C jack or insulation displacement connector IDC. An intermediate distribution frame, IDF, provides termination for access layer switches that serve a given area, such as a single office floor. Additional learning. Previous finish.
Okay.
Review next.
Cool. All right. I'm going to go grab and make some tea real quick. It's probably going to take me like a minute because I have a Keurig. So here's some music and chill for a second. got a new tea today. Thing got stuck. It's well, it says premium black tea, but normally I drink Irish breakfast tea, the darkest and the blackest of the black. It's alright. It's not as bold. Here we go. We're at number 41.
Which of the following is a recommended security practice for inbound
management? Okay, that's going to be using SSH and Telnet. Avoiding the use of VLANs, that doesn't make any sense at all. Using HTTP for management interface, I don't know why they keep saying that. I don't think HTTP for management interface is incorrect because HTTP is unencrypted, making it less secure than HTTPS. Anytime you see any type of HTTP, chances are it's a misdirect. Using Telnet for remote access. You never want to use Telnet for remote access. The only thing that people use Telnet for now is for troubleshooting. To be like, I can't connect to certain things. Let's see if I can connect to Telnet. Well, I can connect to Telnet, so that must mean blank. That's literally what it means. Like that's what people use it for.
SSH provides encrypted communication, making it a secure choice for remote management over in-band connections. It protects against eavesdropping and unauthorized access, unlike Telnet, which transmits data in plain text.
Here we go. All right, next one, 42.
A wiring professional terminates the ends of some coaxial cables. Which one of these connectors can the professional use?
So coaxial cables are F-type. RJ11, I believe that's phone, like old phone lines, and then RJ45s, which is like the Ethernet that we have now. QSFP plus and SFP plus is fiber. SFP is 1 channel and it's 1 gig. SFP plus is 1 channel, it's 10 gigs. QSFP plus is 4 channels, each one is 1 gig, giving you up to 40 gigs. Each one is 10 gigs, sorry. And then LC, what is LC? LC is, it's a connector. That's the throwaway. Yeah, coaxial cables are usually terminated using an F-type connector. Yep.
Which of the following domain name system DNS records can identify a record that is providing a network service or protocol?
I'm not gonna lie, I really suck with these records. There's so many of them. Like, I remember when I took this, I was like, man, I do not remember what SRV stands for, and I still am drawing a blank. Like, and I know we already went over one where it kind of talked about it too.
An SRV service record is used to identify a record that is providing a network service or protocol. They are often used to locate VoIP or media servers. An NS name server record identifies authoritative DNS name servers for the zone. In most enterprise networks, each zone will have at least 2 DNS servers holding a replicated copy of the zone. A PTR pointer record is found in reverse lookup zones and is used to resolve an IP address to a host name. A TXT record stores any freeform text that may be needed to support other network services. They are most commonly used as part of Sender Policy Framework, SPF, and domain keys identified mail DKIM.
Okay, we're gonna take just a moment to kind of look at this through ChatbotGPT to make sure that that we fully understand the NS and the pointer. So pointer is a reverse NDS lookup. TXT is like basically any type of like I said, freeform text that may be needed for other protocol services. It's like any customizable thing that you might need. Kind of a catch-all almost.
Let's break it down using your 5-part method. 1. Restate the question. Which DNS record type is used to identify a network service or protocol such as LDAP, SIP, or Kerberos within a domain? 2. Simplified answer. Correct answer. SRV service record. 3. Analogy. Think of DNS as a directory in a mall. An SRV record is like a store directory listing that tells you what service, for example, pizza, shoes, phones is available, where it's located, and what door to go through port number. It's more detailed than a simple name. It tells you what kind of service and how to access it. 4. In-depth explanation. SRV service record. SRV records are designed to map a service and protocol to a specific host and port. They're structured like Kotlin.
Okay, so we have service dot protocol dot name TTL class SVR priority wait port target. Interesting. Okay.
Copied it under. This tells a client, for OLDAP over TCP on the domain company.local, go to oldap-server.company.local on port 389. Now let's quickly dismiss the others. PTR pointer record, used in reverse DNS lookup to map IP addresses back to host names. Has nothing to do with services or protocols. NS name server record specifies which name servers are authoritative for a domain. Does not deal with services or protocols. TXT text record, used to store arbitrary text, such as SPF data or verification tokens. NS name server record specifies which name servers are authoritative for a domain. Does not deal with services or protocols. TXT text record, used to store arbitrary text. 5. Real-world example or scenario. In an Active Directory environment, when a Windows machine joins a domain, it needs to find a domain controller. It queries for an SRV record like luacopiedit_oldap._tcp.dc._msdcs.company.local. The DNS response tells it which server offers LDAP over TCP and on which port, allowing the workstation to locate the domain controller and authenticate. Let me know if you want to dive deeper, or if you're ready for the next question.
No, that makes I understand a little bit more. So the service record is used to identify a record that has provided a network service or protocol. Pointer record is the reverse DNS lookup. NS is the name of the server, and then TXT is any overflow that is needed for like any type of network services. I guess you can make a lot of custom things if you absolutely needed to with that TXT. All right.
A Windows server has recently been remotely joined to the domain by a network admin and is now known as ismarketing01.redwood.local. When pinging the server using its fully qualified domain name FQDN, the reply fails. When trying to remote access the server using the same FQDN, the session does not connect. Applying a divide and conquer approach, where would a network admin most likely begin to resolve this issue?
You would need to do it at a layer 3 because it could be an IP address issue. That's where I would start the absolute most, because the domain by the net when pinging, this is it, when pinging the server using its fully qualified domain name, it fails. So I would check the IP. It sounds like an IP issue because you can't ping it. Okay.
In a divide and conquer approach, you start with the layer most likely to be causing the problem. DNS a record including the server's IP address may not have been created yet. Ping the FQDN. If IP resolution fails, fix the A record. A MAC media access control address is not the immediate concern because the previous remote access assumes local LAN was accessible.
Yeah, that's true. And you know how I feel about assuming things when it comes to questions. You know what I mean? Alright. Man, I need to get a longer boom arm.
What kind of traffic is referred to as north-south in a data center?
Traffic that requires clients outside the data center. Don't get hung up on the word client. Sometimes I get hung up on it because I think that it's talking about customers. But it's just talking about a user that is outside of the main admin, or just a user in general. So a user that is outside the main data center where all of the servers are is trying to connect to the server. So this would be like if I'm at work and I'm trying to access. We have like a group. Server that where we share lesson plans and stuff. Oh, excuse me. That would be north to south.
North-south traffic in a data center refers to the flow of data to and from clients outside the data center, involving requests made by these clients and the responses they receive. It is not related to internal server communication, team communication, or email.
Okay. Next.
A systems administrator is trying to convert a MAC address so that it can be addressed by IPv6. Which of the following should they use?
A puppy! No, puppy means that you're not connected to the internet at all, but your computer needs to have some type of IP address. Why it needs an IP address regardless, I don't really necessarily know. I don't know why it can't just be blank, but it has to assign itself an IP address. The IG, I don't know what IG is, and I don't know what VIP is, but I do know that EUI64 is how you get an IPv4 computer address to communicate through IPv6. Uses its MAC address and a prefix, and there's like this formula in order for it to go and become an IPv6. There's a little bit of security issues that go with this because you can spoof a MAC address. So therefore you could theoretically spoof your IPv6 address.
A EUI64 is a 64-bit hardware address. A translation mechanism allows a 48-bit MAC address to be converted to a EUI64. EUI64 addresses can be used with IPv6. A very important person is a virtual IP and is commonly associated with load balancers. Automatic private IP addressing, APIPA, is the IPv4 methodology by which link local addresses are distributed. The IG bit of a MAC address determines whether the frame is addressed to an individual node 0 or a group 1. The latter is used for broadcast and multicast transmissions.
Dope. So the IG bit of a MAC address determines whether the frame is addressed to an individual node or group. Interesting. I did not know that. Oh, and the VIP is the virtual IP, commonly associated with load balancers. Okay. All right.
What does zero-touch provisioning, ZTP, in the context of SDN refer to?
Automatic network device configuration. Okay, this one you just got to use your context clues. Zero touch. Is it going to be about disabling the network configuration? No. Is it going to be anything about manual or physical? No. It literally says zero touch. So that means that it's going to be automatic network configuration. Okay. Some of these questions, I'm not going to lie, are hard. Some of them are pretty darn easy. Okay.
An attacker uses a malicious host with a spoofed physical address to perform cache poisoning and perpetuate an on-path attack. Which of the following can prevent these types of attacks? Select 2.
So MAC filtering isn't going to prevent this because MAC filtering just makes sure that the correct MAC addresses are there. It's not a defense against a spoof MAC address. It's not gonna know. It's just gonna know if it's the correct MAC address. It's gonna look and be like, huh, are you sure your name's McLovin? I'm like, yeah, here's my MAC address. I'm like, well, that checks out on the table. Okay, come on, McLovin. You know? And then we have address result protocol ARP inspection. Now, ARP inspection will try to catch a spoofed MAC address. Okay? Where I got it wrong is, again, when I took the test, I didn't fully understand what DHCP snooping was, and I thought that was going to help. But in reality, it's port-based access control, PINAC. I don't know if that's how you say that, but there it is. Let's read through them.
ARP inspection prevents a host attached to an untrusted port from flooding the segment with gratuitous ARP replies. ARP inspection maintains a trusted database of IP ARP mappings. DHCP snooping is a type of switch port security setting that inspects DHCP traffic arriving on access ports to ensure that a host is not trying to spoof its MAC address.
So that is why it is that answer. Okay, and that's why I picked this one, because network access control seemed more familiar to me, even though I didn't fully understand it and didn't fully think that that was it. But I couldn't, in a right mind, put this one because I couldn't rule out this. If I could have ruled this out and ruled this out, and I knew it was this, then I would have picked this automatically. But since I couldn't fully rule it out, I had to go with it.
attacker uses a malicious host with a spoofed
No, okay, we're good. Let's continue. I was gonna go back and do some other things, but we're fine.
Internet Protocol VoIP phone at a user's. A technician recently installed a voice over Internet Protocol VoIP phone at a user's desk. The workstation is not able to browse the internet. The VoIP phone connects directly to the local area network LAN, and the workstation connects to the phone in a daisy chain fashion. Other devices can connect successfully to the phone. At which layer of the Open Systems Interconnection OSI model would a network technician most likely continue troubleshooting?
Okay, I had this exact same problem. When I was at my old school, I built a behemoth of a computer because they wanted me to do all this video editing. Like, it was like 2020, 2021, and it had a 3080 in it. It had a Ryzen 9 5800X or something like that. Like at the time, it was a top tier computer. Still is considered pretty heavy duty. I was trying to use my IP phone in order to give it internet, and I was trying to just connect it, and it would not connect. And I never fully understood why until now, that it was a network issue. Okay, but that's what this is, because it's not a physical one, because it says that the other devices can connect successfully. If other devices would not have been able to connect successfully to the phone, it would have been a physical one. Okay, it's not a session or an application because we're not even getting connectivity, right? So it's got to be a network one. It's got to be a layer 3.
Layer 3, or the network layer, is responsible for moving data around a network and routing data packets with IP addresses.
All right, moving on.
A network engineer is developing a system for prioritizing events from immediate response to long-term response. The elements are numbers from most emergent to routine. When creating these levels, what is the engineering building?
Logging levels. Now, I was uncertain with this question. However, I took a shot in the dark because I didn't really think it was going to be any of these other ones. And it had levels. It was a keyword. So I figured that was going to be probably the best shot. If you're someone who's a really bad test taker and you're sitting here thinking like, how am I making these educated guesses and getting them right? It took me a really long time to build these skills. And talking it through the way I do with you guys is one of the best ways of how I figured it out. Okay, let's read through this.
The logging level configured on each host determines the maximum level at which events are recorded or forwarded. The agent is a process, software, or firmware running on a switch, router, server, or other SNMP-compatible network devices. This agent maintains a database called a Management Information Base (MIB) that holds statistics relating to the device's activity, such as the number of frames per second handled by a switch. Packet or byte counts are useful to monitor both packet counts and bandwidth consumption. High packet counts will incur processing load on the appliance's CPU and system memory resources, even if the size of each packet is quite small. Sending and receiving traffic involves the movement of information within a system.
I could see how somebody would think that it would be protocol packet or a byte count. I don't know what's going on with my mouse. My mouse is no longer lighting up. Lights in my mouse just died. That sucks. How am I going to be able to game if my mouse doesn't light up? So the elements, blah, 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 immediate response and long-term responses. So you could kind of make an argument for that. But again, it's a stretch. If you're finding yourself that you're having to make a stretch for a answer choice to make sense, then it's not that answer choice. Okay? And if you look at it and you realize that any of them could be the answer, then that shows you that you don't really have an in-depth knowledge of any of the answer choices. You should skip that question and come back to it at the end of the test. All right.
An engineer plans to configure a device as transparent rather than non-transparent at an organization. Which device does the engineer configure to meet this requirement?
A proxy server. This goes right back to what I was just talking about. I didn't understand what transparent or non-transparent was. So I just went with firewall because configures a device that's going to be seen and unseen in an organization. Sounds like something a firewall might do, or content filter, honestly. So, but now I understand that a proxy server is used in a middleman for internet access. The transparent proxy is converted on an inline device, while in a non-transparent proxy is converted to a client machine. So very interesting. I do want to put this into our friend over here, and I do want to read this.
A proxy server is used as a middleman for internet access. A transparent proxy is configured on an inline device, while a non-transparent proxy is configured on a client machine. Content filtering is a feature found in security appliances, such as firewalls. With content filtering enabled, people can block websites based on criteria, such as topic categorization. Firewalls are principally used to implement security zones, such as intranet, screen subnet topology, and internet. A load balancer distributes client requests across available systems, like server nodes in a farm or pool. Clients use the single name IP address of the load balancer to connect to the servers in the farm.
Ooh, we got a discrepancy with AI. Fantastic. Okay. We're going to see why it thinks this.
3. Analogy. Think of a transparent firewall like a secret security scanner built into a hallway. People walk through without realizing they're being scanned. A non-transparent setup would be like being told to stop, check in with a guard, and then proceed.
I love when it thinks exactly like me, or it thinks the answer was exactly like mine, because it means that I rationalized it the correct way, and there's some type of level of semantics that I don't know, and it's about to rationalize the semantics.
Excellent catch. Let's reanalyze this with that in mind, but still using your 5-part breakdown. The goal is to clear up why CompTIA chose proxy server, and when that's correct, even if it seems to contradict what we often see in real-world networking.
Yes.
1. Restate the question. An engineer wants to configure a device in transparent mode, meaning users or devices are unaware of its presence on the network, and must choose the appropriate type of device. Which of these devices can be configured to operate that way? 2. Simplified answer. Correct answer per CompTIA proxy server. 3. Analogy. Imagine you're sending mail to a friend. Normally, you address the envelope to them directly. With a regular proxy, you give your letter to a middleman. They know it's a proxy. But a transparent proxy is like slipping the letter into a hidden chute that intercepts it without you knowing, reads it, and forwards it silently. You never realize the middleman was there. 4. In-depth explanation. Proxy server correct per CompTIA. While proxies are normally non-transparent, clients know about them and are configured to use them, they can be configured in transparent mode. A transparent proxy intercepts traffic without any configuration on the client side. It's often used in content filtering, caching, and traffic monitoring, especially for HTTP/HTTPS traffic. The client thinks they're connecting directly to the internet, but the proxy silently sits in the middle. Now, why might you have thought firewall was correct? Because firewalls can also be configured in transparent mode, as we previously described. Transparent Layer 2 firewalls can inspect and filter traffic without being a gateway. So both proxies and firewalls can technically operate in transparent modes. But why CompTIA prefers proxy server in this question? The question emphasizes providing a network service or protocol, which a proxy does. A proxy is specifically designed to act on behalf of clients, often providing access to external services, caching, or filtering. CompTIA is pointing to the application layer role of a proxy and how it can be made transparent for end users. Now, a breakdown of the wrong answers according to CompTIA content filter. A function, not a device, typically built into proxies or firewalls. Firewall. While it can be transparent, its primary role isn't to provide a network service or protocol, which is what the question is asking. Firewalls focus on packet filtering, NAT, and routing rules, not application layer service mediation. Load balancer, not designed for transparent client-side use, acts as an intermediary between clients and servers. Clients do notice the change. 5. Real-world example or scenario. At a school, administrators want to block inappropriate websites but don't want to configure each student's laptop manually. They set up a transparent proxy server on the edge of the network. All outbound HTTPS traffic is intercepted silently. The proxy filters and blocks traffic based on content and URLs. Students don't configure anything and don't even know the proxy is there, but their browsing is still filtered. This is a classic use case of a transparent proxy server. So yes, CompTIA is correct in choosing proxy server, especially from the perspective of application layer service mediation in transparent mode. Let me know if you'd like to compare firewalls versus proxies in transparent mode, or just say next question.
Wow, that analogy makes a lot of sense to me. Because like my school that I work at right now, their content filter, which I guess must be their proxy server, like it filters YouTube. Like there's certain videos that they cannot pull up and watch, and like how it does that is insane to me. All right, next one.
How does CIDR use bits in network addressing?
By using bits normally assigned to the network ID to mask subnet complexity. Whenever you see CIDR, it is all about the subnet mask complexity and it being simplified in some reason or form or fashion.
CIDR utilizes bits that are normally assigned to the network ID portion of an IP address to mask the complexity of subnet and host addressing within that network, allowing for more efficient use of IP space and simpler routing. CIDR does not allocate all bits to the host portion. It allows for a flexible division between network and host portions. CIDR is not limited to private addressing. It applies to both public and private IP addresses. CIDR does not involve assigning bits randomly. It uses a systematic approach to subnetting and supernetting.
So I think the supernetting is the part that I had a crash out on what was that, Friday, where it had the IP address, I believe, if I remember correctly, it was 172.16.0.0/16. And the question was that there was a device that was inside of it that had a different subnet. What was the issue? And the issue was that the subnet was too limiting, not that the device was on a different subnet. And I think that has to do with the fact that there was a broader scope of all of the things, which we're not going to spend today to figure out, but we are going to figure that out.
Which configuration allows a switch to be installed with ports facing the front of the rack, potentially improving cable management scenarios?
Okay, I have never seen a question like this at all. So what configuration allows the switch to be installed with the ports facing the front of the rack? I thought all switches had their ports facing the front of the rack. Why in the world would you have the ports facing the back of the rack? Like, that doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. So I just kind of sat here dumbfounded, and I was like, well, top side exhaust probably has nothing to do with like the exhaust of the switch. The switch has air circulation, sure, but it's all happening either on the top of the switch or on the side of the switch. Like, it's not, it doesn't, that no, bottom side intake. That, to me, that makes no sense. Port side exhaust. What does that even mean? Port side intake. So I went with the port side intake because it made the most sense, with the port side wanting to be in the intake of the front. This was just me using deductive reasoning skills. Let's see if any of those other answer choices are literally anything.
Port side intake configuration allows a switch to be installed with its ports facing the front of the rack. This can be beneficial for some cable management scenarios, making it easier to access and organize the cables connected to the switch. Port side exhaust refers to the expulsion of hot air on the same side as the port interfaces, which does not directly relate to the orientation of the ports for cable management purposes. Topside exhaust and bottom side intake are not standard configurations for managing airflow in rack-mounted switches and do not relate to the orientation of ports for cable management.
Okay, so let me get this straight. Port side intake configuration allows a switch to be installed with its ports facing front of the rack. This can be beneficial for some cable management scenarios, making it easier to access the organize the cables connected in the front of the switch. Okay, got it. But port side exhaust refers to expulsion of hot air. So we have port side intake and port side exhaust, and they mean completely different things. Only one deals with airflow. I feel like we mislabeled something. But that's okay. Let's keep moving.
Network administrator must install a new building floor with wireless access points, APs, to provide a wireless network to employees' mobile devices. The AP security settings will be hardened and use an extensible authentication protocol, EAP, to allow users to authenticate with their user accounts to access the network securely. What is the minimum wireless protection required to install these APs properly?
So the minimum requirement is EAP2 Enterprise. It's not going to be WPA, and it's not going to be WPA2 Personal. We're talking about a company over here. We want Enterprise, and WAP1 is obsolete, and honestly, WPA2 is kind of out on its way out because there already is WPA3. It's not just not used a lot.
WPA2 Enterprise allows clients to pass on employees' user credentials to gain access to the AP. WPA2, in general, uses Wi-Fi encryption with Advanced Encryption Standard (AES) and Cipher Blockchaining Message Authentication Code Protocol (CCMP). WPA2 Personal uses encryption with AES and CCMP but uses a pre-shared key PSK that all users will use to access the AP. WPA Personal has a PSK that all users will use to authenticate. This is a lower encryption standard than WPA2. WPA Enterprise utilizes the first version of WPA that uses the RC4 stream cipher to encrypt traffic. Users authenticate with their own credentials account. This is a lower encryption standard than WPA2.
So as far as I understand it, PA2 Enterprise is like the reason why when you connect to your staff Wi-Fi, you have to log in with your username and password, and it gives you access. That's if I'm understanding it correctly, that's why it is what it does and why it's still widely used today.
A systems administrator is setting up a static IP for a new server with a Class A IP scheme. Which of the following net masks is associated with a Class A address?
So, just so you guys know, when we have a subnet, we have 255.255, 255.255. These are all octets, and when you have it's octets based off of ones and zeros, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So there's 8 possibles, and it's either going to be a 1 or 0. When we have 255, that means that we have ones in all of these, okay? Because this is actually 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, and 128. So that's what's going on with that, because if you add all of those together, equals 255. So if we're looking for something that's going to be Class A, this is going to be Class A, this is going to be Class B, that's going to be Class C, and then this is also Class C. So that's why I picked the 8, because the 8, the first octet, Class A, falls from 1 to 126, and the net mask is 255.0.0.0, or which the SIDR is /8. That's why that is the way it is.
Which technology offers a mode for simultaneous two-way
Oh, I accidentally hit the button.
CompTIA network plus practice test? Question. A network Which technology offers a mode for simultaneous two-way
Wow, I don't know why it's doing that. Two-way communication. It's not going to be multi-mode. That is fiber. It's not going to be crossover. That's a cable. It's not going to be bi-directional. That's a cable. It's going to be duplex. Full duplex.
Duplex is a communication configuration. Full duplex refers to a communication type such as network links that allow simultaneously sending and receiving. Most network links are full duplex.
Forgot to turn down the music. I just turned it down. Sorry about that.
A manager informs a support technician that users spend too much time using company computers for personal reasons. Which of the following can the technician implement to address the issue?
Okay, so we're going to be load balancer. No, that has nothing to do with personal use. Proxy servers, again, you could make an argument about it, but if you have to make an argument and you have to try to justify it, it's not it. Okay, a smart jack. I actually don't know what a smart jack is.
A T1 line is usually terminated at a smart jack or network interface unit (NIU), which contains line testing facilities for the telco to use. This allows the service provider to test the line remotely.
Okay. A T1 line is usually terminated at a smart jack or a network interface unit. I've never heard of that before. Okay, first time. Yeah, I didn't know any of this networking stuff until I took my Network Plus like a year ago. And then I didn't really know anything about this networking stuff until I started studying like a few weeks ago. Or it was basically like beginning of June. So content filter makes the most sense.
A content filter is designed for corporate control over employees' internet use. It can be implemented as a standalone appliance or proxy server software. Content filters can be applied in a number of ways, such as by using categories games, gambling, weapons, etc.
Yeah, that's pretty easy. You can even set up a content filter to monitor keystrokes. I know that's illegal in some states and like some protocols and stuff, but for schools, it monitors keystrokes because they're looking for certain, not that they monitor every single keystroke of every single student and like log it away. It's that they're looking for certain keywords like suicide, gun, shooters, kill myself. Like they're looking for those keywords with those keystrokes. I would imagine that a company could do a similar thing as well.
A custom client application is unable to communicate with the internal Internet Information Services (ISS) server. Pinging or establishing a telnet connection from a workstation to the server works normally using an IP address or FQDN. Which of the following are possible causes for this network issue? Select 2.
I got this wrong because I forgot what secure sockets were. I know. We went over it in depth on Friday, but I forgot. You ever forget what happened to me? Okay.
The application on the client workstation may be communicating over a blocked transmission control protocol (TCP) port. The workstation can communicate using Telnet via TCP port 23. Ports may need to be manually allowed in and out. The IS service may not be working, causing the client application not to connect as well. Services on a Windows computer is viewable using the Services Management Console services.msc. As both a ping and telnet test are successful between the client and the server using both an IP address and the hostname, name resolution is found to be working properly. The client was not accessing the IS server using a web browser, which indicates if a server certificate was installed or trusted.
Okay. We'll let that do its thing. So the ISS server is not running. So that's a really good indication. If crap is just not working, chances are it's probably not running. Okay. TCP port is blocked. I don't know why I picked this. Probably because I was familiar with the term TCP, but I don't think that that was it. It was also because I couldn't remember what a secure socket layer was. Let's
3. Analogy. Imagine you're calling someone at an office building. Ping telnet working means the front desk answers your call, the line is open. But your actual conversation custom app still fails, maybe because your security badge SSL cert isn't accepted, so you're denied entry. Or the door to the department TCP port is locked, even though the building is reachable. 4. In-depth explanation. Let's look at each answer choice. The SSL certificate is not trusted. If the application uses HTTPS or SSL TLS and the server presents an untrusted certificate, the app may refuse the connection. This won't stop ping or telnet, because those are lower layer protocols that don't involve SSL, common in internal apps with self-signed or expired certs. TCP ports are blocked. Telnet lets you test specific ports, but the question doesn't say which ports were tested. IS commonly uses TCP 80 HTTP.
We got another discrepancy.
And 443 HTTPS. If your custom app uses a different TCP port, and that port is blocked, the app would fail while ping and telnet on other ports still succeed. The IS service is not running. If IS wasn't running, you wouldn't get a response from telnet to port 80 or 443. The question states that telnet does work, meaning IIS is likely up and responsive. The client cannot resolve the server's name. Name resolution is working, because the question says ping and telnet both work using the FQDN fully qualified domain name. So this is clearly not the issue. 5. Real-world example or scenario. A developer is testing a custom inventory app that connects over HTTPS to an internal IaaS server. They can ping the server, they can telnet to the IP and port 80. But the app fails to connect. Upon investigation, the SSL certificate on the IaaS server is self-signed and not in the client's trusted store. The app refuses the connection. Or alternatively, the app uses a custom port like 8443, which is blocked by a firewall. The connection times out. These issues are common in corporate environments with custom software.
Okay. I get confused sometimes with these because like it'll have a check box and I think that this is what I picked. And when in reality this is what I picked this one and I picked this one and I didn't pick this one, so that means it's automatically wrong. So very, very interesting. I always get confused with like how the answers are. So the answers are correct. So it is TCP is blocked and it is the ISS service is not running. Okay. That one kind of I'm gonna have to come back on my own personal to kind of look at that one again. I need it to sit and then come back and have it read to me correctly.
A sysadmin is investigating alerts that say ICMP time exceeded error messages. What should the sysadmin investigate first?
You need to look at routing loops. It's not going to be a switch loop because it's ICMP. Asystematic routing, I don't know what that is. And then incorrect VLAN, that's going to have anything to do with anything. So let's read through all these. We're almost done.
A routing loop occurs when two routers use one another as the path to a network. Packets are caught in a routing loop circle around until the TTL expires. One symptom of a potential routing loop is for routers to generate ICMP time exceeded error messages. A switching loop is where flooded frames circulate the network perpetually. Asymmetrical routing refers to a topology where the return path is different from the forward path.
Yes.
Another issue is that a host has been placed in an incorrect VLAN. VLAN assignments can be configured manually, and the administrator may have made a mistake, so check the interface configuration for the switch port.
All right, we're doing pretty good.
A network specialist wants to use a widely accepted dial-in user service that allows access over switches, wireless networks, and virtual private networks. What dial-in user service would meet the needs of the specialist and organization?
So I thought it was going to be TACAC Plus, but TACAC Plus actually does more than what this is wanting. It can, TACAC Plus can do those things, but the radius or the radius is going to be the answer.
Remote authentication dial-in user service radius is widely used for client device access over switches, wireless networks, and VPNs. Terminal Access Controller Access Control System TACAC Plus is a similar protocol to radius, but designed to be more flexible and reliable. TACAC Plus was developed by Cisco but supported many of the other third-party and open-source radius server implementations.
Okay. Cool.
A network engineer has prepared a new switch for installation. What did the engineer configure on the new switch?
It's baselines. Yes, which is basically the default that you have created when you first set up the entire network. Yes. Not NetFlow, which NetFlow is something that I get confused with.
NetFlow is a Cisco-developed means of reporting network flow information to a structured database. NetFlow allows a better understanding of IP traffic flows as used by different network applications and hosts.
Man, I'm not gonna lie, like, there's just so much. There's so much to know. Okay. What is management information? Yeah, this is where the OIDs are, I believe.
Management Information Base, MIB, holds statistics relating to the device's activity, such as the number of frames per second handled by a switch.
Yeah, and the OIDs are in the MIBs. Ooh, I did not know what any of these... I knew what this one was.
Which FHRP is designed to work in an active standby configuration. HSRP, Hot Standby Router Protocol, is designed to work in an active standby configuration, where one router is active and the others are standby routers ready to take over if the active router fails. GLBP is designed for load balancing, allowing for an active-active configuration. VRRP works in an active standby configuration, but is not the only protocol designed for this purpose. OSPF is a routing protocol, not a FHRP. Additional learning.
Yeah,
Previous finish. Review next. CompTIA network.
The only thing that I recognized was this one. So FHRP is designed to work in an active/standby configuration. And I had no idea what these other ones were. So let's read it.
Let's tackle 1. Restate the question. Which first hop redundancy protocol, FHRP, is specifically designed to operate in an active standby setup, where one router is actively handling traffic and the other is on standby until a failure occurs? 2. Simplified answer. Correct answer. HSRP, hot standby router protocol. 3. Analogy. Think of two lifeguards sharing a single post. With HSRP, one lifeguard is on the chair active, while the other sits nearby in standby, ready to jump in if needed. Only one is in control at a time. That's active standby. 4. In-depth explanation. HSRP hot standby router protocol, developed by Cisco, runs in an active standby model. One router is active and responds to ARP requests using a virtual IP and MAC address. The standby router monitors the active one via hello messages and takes over if the active fails. Now let's go over why the other choices are incorrect. GLBP Gateway Load Balancing Protocol, also Cisco proprietary, operates in active-active mode with load balancing. Multiple routers share traffic using different virtual MAC addresses, not active standby. VRRP Virtual Router Redundancy Protocol, open standard version of HSRP, similar to HSRP but slightly different. It can support active standby, but is not designed solely for that. It allows the actual master router, the one with highest priority, to forward traffic, and others wait. But the key distinction is that it's more flexible, and some implementations support preemption and active load balancing, so not as rigidly active standby as HSRP. OSPF Open Shortest Path First. This is not an FHRP at all. It's a dynamic routing protocol used to build routing tables across routers. It doesn't provide default gateway redundancy in the way FHRPs do. 5. Real-world example or scenario. At a company's HQ, they have two Cisco routers connected to the same subnet. They want to ensure that if router A fails, router B takes over seamlessly, but only one router should be active at a time. They configure HSRP. Router A is the active router, answering requests using a shared virtual IP address. Router B is in standby, ready to take over if router A goes down. From the end user's perspective, the default gateway never changes, and failover is automatic. Let me know if you want to go deeper into HSRP.
Okay. All that stuff kind of makes sense. Honestly, I feel like this is the first time I've ever seen HSRP. I don't remember reading anything about that before, but that's okay. I probably did, I just don't remember. So FHRP is designed to work in an active/standby configuration, and hot standby router protocol is designed to work in active/standby protocol where one router is active and the other is in standby mode. So this is I'm assuming this is for load balancing and failover, which I think is what ChatGPT just said. Oh, whoops.
Administrator is setting up records for their new cluster of mail servers. What must each of their MX records point to?
See, I thought it was a C name, like a canonical name, like an alias. But apparently it's A record. I thought A record was DNS resolving it IPv4.
The host identified in an MX record must have an associated A or AA record. A mail exchange MX record is used to identify an email server for the domain. In a typical network, multiple servers are installed to provide redundancy, and each one will be represented with an MX record. An MX record must not point to a CNAME record, even though CNAME is almost the same as an A record.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. This is a little bit of a crappy question because it says it must. What must each of the MX records point to? It must point to an A record or a quadruple A record. If it would have put both of those, I probably would have been like, yes, this is what it is. What is this?
DKIM records are used to decide whether you should allow received emails from a given source, preventing spam and mail spoofing. DKIM can use encrypted signatures to prove that a message originated from the domain it claims.
Cool. Next. Why did I pick RC4? I don't even... No, I didn't pick RC4. I picked this. I don't know what RC4 is.
Wired Equivalent Privacy WEP and WIFI Protected Access WPA both utilize which of the following encryption ciphers? WEP's encryption system based on the RC4 encryption cipher is flawed. Version 1 of WPA still uses the RC4 cipher, but it adds a mechanism called the Temporal Key Integrity Protocol TKIP to make it stronger. AEs replaced RC4. TKIP is a mechanism used in the first version of WPA to improve the security of wireless encryption mechanisms, compared to the flawed WEP standard. CCMP is an encryption protocol used for wireless LANs that addresses the vulnerabilities of the 1HUP protocol. AES is a symmetric 128, 192, or 256-bit block cipher based on the Rindale algorithm developed by Belgian cryptographers Joan Damon and Vincent Rijman, and adopted by the US government as its encryption standard to replace DS.
Interesting. Okay. Because it's wired equivalent privacy in WPA, and RC4 is legacy. It was replaced by AES, Advanced Encryption Standard. These are all misdirects, and it got me. Well, it got me, but I also didn't know what RC4 was. I'm feeling pretty good when we retake this test here in a second.
Which of the following terms refers to a network link that offers simultaneous communications in each direction?
Duplex. That's all there is to it. Multimode is fiber. Straight through is a cable. Bidirectional doesn't necessarily mean that it's duplex.
A multinational corporation with offices around the globe is looking to optimize its network infrastructure to support high-quality video conferencing without lag or disruptions. The network team has been tasked with identifying the current network traffic patterns and making necessary adjustments to prioritize video conferencing traffic. They need a solution that can aggregate traffic flow data from various network devices and analyze it for optimization purposes. What combination of components is necessary for the network team to achieve their goal?
I feel like I guessed on this one, but at the same time, I guessed with an educated guess. Because there's no way it's DNS server and DHCP server. That makes no sense. Yeah, none of these make any sense whatsoever. And although I struggle with understanding what NetFlow is and how it works, I know these other ones so much better.
The combination of a NetFlow exporter and a NetFlow collector is necessary for the network team to achieve their goal of optimizing the network for video conferencing. The NetFlow exporter will be configured on network devices to define and cache traffic flows, including those related to video conferencing. The NetFlow collector will aggregate this flow data from multiple exporters, allowing the network team to analyze traffic patterns and make adjustments to prioritize video conferencing traffic, ensuring high-quality service.
Cool.
After a site survey, the network technician finds that the single wireless 2.4 GHz GHz's access point, AP, in a large office floor space does not have a strong enough signal and is contending a significant amount of background noise and interference. What will these findings most likely limit on the AP's wireless signal?
They will limit the signal range. After a site survey, meaning that they went there and they looked at it, the technician finds single wireless 2.4 gigahertz access point in a large office space does not have strong enough signal and is connecting a significant amount of background noise and interference and is contending with. They will limit the signal range. So if they limit the signal range, then they're going to be able to improve the signal strength. What will these findings do? It's going to limit its signal strength. Okay.
A low-powered access point AP and background interference, such as other wireless signals in the same frequency band, will greatly reduce the distance or reach of the AP to other clients. A network architect is designing a new network with a 3-tiered hierarchy. Which of the following is not part of the traditional hierarchy?
Control. Let's look at it. Yep. Something would give us a better picture. Client, server, database. Yeah, I'm looking for core. Let's try it again. Let's look at core, distribution, access. Makes total sense. The core is the server, distributions, the routers were what, like, you know, routing all the information, and then we have our access, which is like the users. Yep. All right, cool. Next one. I didn't know what any of these were, and I 100% guessed.
A network technician is looking at leaf layer access switches of a SDN. What are these implemented as?
Had no idea. We are going to use our friend AI real quick. Okay, why it poops it all out. We're going to read this.
The leaf layer access switches are implemented as top-of-rack Tor switch models. These are switch models designed to provide high-speed connectivity to a rack of server appliances. Fiber channel over Ethernet FO is a means of delivering fiber channel packets over Ethernet cabling and switches. A label edge router layer inserts or pushes a label or shim header into each packet sent from routers below it, and then forwards it to an LSR to determine the label switched path LSP for the packet. SAWs are secure administrative workstations that are hardened and are used solely to manage servers.
Interesting. So top of rack. The leaf layer access switches are implemented as top of rack switch models. These are switch models designed to provide high-speed connectivity to a rack of a server application. What was the original question? A network technician is looking at leaf layer access switches of a SDN. What are these implemented as? Top of rack. I don't know what SDN is. It didn't define it for me. Software defined network. Okay.
Software defined network, SDN, design. 1. Restate the question. A network technician is examining the leaf layer access switches in a software defined network, SDN design. What are these leaf layer switches typically implemented as? 2. Simplified answer. Correct answer, Tor top of rack. 3. Analogy. Imagine a multi-level data center like an apartment complex. Each rack of servers is like a floor of the building. A top-of-rack Tor switch is like placing a local access panel on the ceiling of every floor to connect residents to the internet. It locally connects all devices on that floor rack and uplinks to the main network structure. 4. In-depth explanation. Tor top of rack. Tor switches are installed at the top of each server rack. In an SDN setup, they function as the leaf layer switches, connect directly to the server's east-west traffic. Uplink to spine layer switches, north-south traffic. Operate as part of a leaf spine architecture, which is popular in modern SDN designs for high performance and scalability. These are typically programmable or managed by a centralized SDN controller. Now, why the other options are incorrect. FCOE, fiber channel over Ethernet. A protocol, not a switch type. Used for converging storage and network traffic on the same Ethernet infrastructure. Not related to the physical placement or architectural role of switches. SAWS, Software Defined Access Wireless. This is a distractor acronym. SAWS is not a recognized term in SDN or network switching, likely designed to confuse, no official SDN role or architecture component. LR label edge router, part of MPLS multi-protocol label switching architecture, not used in SDN leaf-spine designs. An LER is a router, not a switch, and it functions at the edge of an MPLS network. 5. Real-world example or scenario. In a large data center, an enterprise uses a leaf-spine SDN architecture for its scalability and simplicity. Each rack contains a Tor switch, acting as a leaf. These connect all servers in that rack and then uplink to spine switches. A centralized SDN controller manages all policies, traffic flows, and configuration, ensuring agility and uniform control. So when the technician looks at leaf layer access switches, they're almost certainly examining Tor switches. Let me know if you'd like a visual of leaf spine versus traditional 3-tier.
yes.
Or say next question.
Yes, please. We're going to let that generate. That's going to take a little bit. Oh, no, it won't. Okay. Spine switch, leaves, servers, top of rack. I feel like it did this upside down, but that is okay. Traditional core distribution access. Spine switch, leaves. Interesting. Leaf spine architecture. Let's move on to the next one.
A network administrator is setting up the protocol for identifying routes within an autonomous system. Which of the following protocols is the network administrator using?
The autonomous system, IGP, interior gateway protocol. Okay.
An interior gateway protocol, IGP, identifies routes within an autonomous system as well as the algorithm used to determine the network topology. Routing protocols may be classified according to how they deal with administrative boundaries. An exterior gateway protocol, EGP, can advertise routes between autonomous systems. An EGP includes a field to communicate the network's autonomous system ID. A network under the administrative control of a single owner is called an autonomous system as. The routing information protocol, RIP, is a distance vector routing protocol. RIP only considers a single piece of information about the network topology. Additional learning. Previous finish.
Okay. Exterior gateway protocol can advertise routes between autonomous systems, but that's not what the question was. Network under administrative control, single owner is called an autonomous system. So an AS is inside of the IGP. RIP is a form of protocol. It is a form of the IGP. Okay? There's multiple protocols that are out there. Fantastic. That makes total sense. Moving on. Oh, this one was easy. Whoa, no.
A user reports they cannot open the network shared drives. After investigating the issue, the engineer finds that the workstation has its network information misconfigured. The incorrect information was 255.200 and 55.200 and 55.200 and 55 instead of 200 and 55.200 and 55.200 and 55.0. What was most likely incorrectly set on the workstation?
Sounded like my AI was getting tired of saying 255. The incorrect is subnet because these are subnets. They don't mask. They do not match. This is a very normal subnet. This is a broadcast subnet. So it's not IP address. It's not gateway. It's not DNS. This one was easy. This one, I just have trouble with the freaking all the A's. 1A is IPv4 being translated into DNS. Quadruple A is IPv6 being translated into DNS. Quadruple A is an authentication server positioned within a local network. There are two main types of AAA servers: the radius, and the TACAX Plus. These would not be a part of the solution. Okay, here we go. Let's read the question.
The user is having trouble connecting to the company's Wi-Fi network. The user has verified that the password is correct and the network is available. What is the most likely issue with the device not connecting?
Encryption protocol mismatch. What does that mean?
An encryption protocol mismatch will cause the connection to fail, even if the correct credentials are supplied. Check OS drivers or verify authentication types protocols on the device.
Oh, so it's just not authenticating the user, I guess. I don't fully understand this one. Transfer layers. I know why it's here. You know what? Let's just do a quick Google search of this. There's no need to put in chatbot GPT and use my whole formula and whatnot. An encryption protocol mismatch often appears as an error version. Okay, cipher mismatch.
An encryption protocol mismatch, often appearing as an error SSL version or cipher mismatch error in browsers, signifies a failure in establishing a secure connection between your device client and a website server. This occurs when the encryption protocols or cipher suites supported by your client don't align with those used by the server. Causes: outdated, incompatible protocols. The server might be using older, less secure protocols, for example, SSL3, TLS1, no longer supported by modern browsers like Chrome. Unsupported. Cipher suites. The website server could be configured to use a set of encryption algorithms, cipher suite, that your browser doesn't support, or vice versa. Outdated browser operating system. Older versions of browsers or operating systems may lack support for the latest SSL, TLS protocols and cipher suites. Invalid/mismatched. SSL certificate. The website's SSL certificate may be expired, untrusted, or configured for a different domain name. Browser/cache. Issues, corrupted browsing history, or cached data can sometimes interfere with the SSL handshake process. Antivirus/firewall. Interference. Security software can sometimes block secure connections if configured improperly or during HTTPS scanning. CDN misconfiguration. If a website uses a CDN, incorrect SSL TLS settings within the CDN can cause this error.
It's a lot of information. So just to go back to like the original question so that we remember what
The
it
user
was.
is having trouble connecting to the company's Wi-Fi network. The user has verified that the password is correct and the network is available. What is the most likely issue with the device not connecting?
Okay, that makes sense. We're moving on. I'm getting tired. I'm gonna need a break here in a second. Not a big one, just enough to like go get tea or something. Stretch my legs.
Which twisted cable type uses a foil screen in an effort to reduce crosstalk?
STP. Shielded twisted pair. Unshielded twisted pair. Single mode, that's fiber. Coaxial, that's cable internet. Do you remember when cable internet was like the deal? It was like it's so expensive. It was the answer to DSL was cable internet. Cable internet was like supposed to be so crazy fast. It's supposed to do all these things. And then I feel like I woke up one day and all of a sudden like no one used cable internet anymore. Like I feel like it just went away so fast. Let's when did cable internet go away? You're likely referring to the decline in popularity of traditional cable internet as newer technologies emerge, particularly fiber and 5G wireless internet. The cable internet is still widely available. Oh, really? And used by millions of households, especially in urban and suburban networks. You know what? That's true because in my first house, we got cable internet because fiber wasn't offered. And then we got, yeah, because fiber wasn't offered. Faster speeds. It's important to note that that transition won't be immediate. Well, it won't be at all anymore because the initiative is gone. They don't have an initiative to get fiber throughout the entire country anymore. So all that billions of dollars is now gone. How fast was cable internet? Whoops. Early cable internet utilized coax cables, offering significant faster speeds than the dial-up or DSL. 40 megs. Wow. 10 megs. 30. Reach gigabit peats per second. Downloads would have been 200. Wow. You know, that's true, because I remember when I was in college and I got 100 megs per second. I thought I was living life, dude. I thought that was it. I connected to my Xbox and I was like, let's go. I'm going to be host every single time when we play Gears of War. Like, this is it. And it was for a while. All right. Anyway, so that's why this is what it is. Let's move on to 74. We're almost done.
A user gets shocked, and the computer turns off. The system administrator notices scorching on the power port of the laptop and questions the user about the power source. The user admits to using a personal power supply for the work computer. What hazard did the user introduce to the system?
Do not interchange laptop chargers. If you, especially like older ones, there's kind of like a standard now with like certain ones do certain things, but do not, especially when we have USB-C now, do not change that if you don't understand volts and amps. If you do not understand volts and amps and like you don't know what yours does, then there's a strong chance that you're going to fry it. You got to know what that stuff is. Now, there is a growing trend of everything becoming 120, and I think it's like 2 amps or something like that. I can't remember what it is. There is a growing trend because that's what like the standard is for phones and whatnot. But it's different. Like things that are going to charge your iPad are going to not charge your phone necessarily. Like you just got to make sure that you do the correct thing. You know, nothing sucks worse than blowing up your battery. So obviously this is an electrical issue. It's not a temperature or CPU issue or humidity.
Which of the following describes the default port numbers and purpose of Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol, DHCP?
Okay. This one. This is the one that has a lot of discrepancies. UDP TCP 53, a service that maps out names to IP addresses on most TCP IP network workstations 1. UDP port 6768, a protocol that automatically assigns IP address information. What is this one?
Domain Name System, DNS, is a service that maps names to IP addresses on most TCP IP networks, including the Internet. It uses UDP and TCP port 53.
Service that maps IP addresses to most TCP networks. Okay, Dynamic Host Configuration, a protocol uses to automatically assign IP addressing information to IP network computers. It uses UDP. Okay, you just got to memorize this. Port 67 and 68 is your DHCP configuration host.
What is the primary purpose of using a dedicated VLAN for voice traffic?
To prioritize voice traffic over other types of data packets. You don't want to mix those things up. They're two different mediums. You don't want to get them all mixed up.
Voice traffic has specific bandwidth and latency requirements that necessitate prioritization over other types of data to maintain quality. A dedicated VLAN for voice traffic enables this prioritization. Increasing the number of available IP addresses is a benefit of VLANs in general, but it is not the primary purpose of a dedicated voice VLAN.
Increased number of IP addresses? No. Simplify network configuration. It does simplify network configuration in terms of like its VLANs and whatnot, but that's not the main purpose. To reduce the cost of network interference. I mean, maybe. I'm sure it does, but no.
A licensed wiring professional runs Cat6, a cable in lengths under 55 meters in an office building. What specification of cabling does the professional install?
He's installing 10 gigabytes transfer. That's what that T stands for. It stands for transfer. 1,000 base would be 1 gig. 1000. This is also fiber, by the way, because it's LX. 1000 base, that's 1 gig. That's T, that's coax, not coaxial, that's Ethernet. 100, that's 100 megs. So this is Cat 5. This is Cat 5e or Cat 5, depending on the conspiracy. And then this is fiber. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Cat 6, 6A, and 7. Yes, sir. Is a legacy up to 500 megs per second, or 100 megs per second. Yep, that's Cat 5. They don't want to say it, though. Yep. Yes, sir.
A company wants to provide software applications to its employees as quickly as possible. They want the applications to update regularly and be accessible via the cloud. Employees should not have to install anything new on their workstations. Which of the following cloud models will provide the best solution?
So it's going to be software as a service, because the key word here should not have to install anything on their workstations. Okay, it's not going to be private. That's the throwaway. Infrastructure as a service is going to be like the means to create things like virtual machines. No, I think platform as service is going to be virtual machines. Before I confuse myself royally, let's do it. Let's read it.
Infrastructure as a Service IaaS is a means of provisioning IT resources such as servers, load balancers, and storage area network SAN components quickly. Platform as a Service PaaS provides resources between SaaS and IaaS. It includes servers and storage network infrastructure with a multi-tier web application on top.
Okay. So infrastructure as a service is like data centers, servers, things like that. This is going to be where your VMs are. No. Yeah, that was just total trash. Okay, next.
A network technician wants to create efficiencies in network traffic by implementing a device that applies microsegmentation by establishing a point-to-point link between any two network nodes. Which of the following should the technician implement?
So a network technician wants to create an effective efficiency in network traffic to implement a device that applies microsegmentation by establishing a point-to-point link. Anything that's going to do a point-to-point link is going to be a layer 2 switch, because routers don't do that. It's not going to be a bridge. Bridge is close because it does establish a link between like two main areas. That's what a bridge mainly does. Like if I have a warehouse A and warehouse B and I want to link the internet, we're going to have a thing that's going to go there. Actually, that kind of reminds me. I bet I can increase my brother's internet speed now that I know how this stuff works. Anyway, hub is legacy, and it although it does connect a point to point, it's like only one thing can talk and move at a time. And access point is like wireless. It doesn't necessarily have to be wireless, but it's wireless. All right. A puppy!
Which of the following are configured when a device receives its IP configuration from a PIPA? Select 2.
A pipa, a papa. A papa. So I didn't know that it needed a subnet mask. It makes sense why it doesn't need to generate a default gateway. I knew that it made an IP address, but I didn't realize that it automatically made a subnet mask. And I'm pretty sure its subnet mask is, by default, is just 255, 255, 255, 255, 0. So the it doesn't say. Only IP address and subnet mask are configured to the default. The default gateway and address are not assigned the assignment. So yeah, it doesn't say what the default mask is when it comes to a puppy, but I bet you anything that's what it is.
What step of the CompTIA network plus troubleshooting methodology involves determining if anything has changed?
1. Now, this is tricky because you would think that it would be like 5. Because like 1 is identifying the problem, 2 is making a theory, 3 is testing a theory, 4 is implementing a plan, 5 is actually doing it, and then 6 is checking functionality, that it actually worked, everything's good, and then 7 is documenting your findings. So you would think that it would be like 5 or 6, right, to see if anything changed. That's not what this is. This is you going to the person and saying, has this always happened, or has like what's going on? You're trying to figure out what the controlled variable is. Has it always never worked, or has it worked, and then what is happening now? Trying to figure out what the change is that is making the problem happen. A lot of times I'll ask the clients to demonstrate the problem. Instead of me trying to recreate it, I try to get them to recreate it, because that also shows me if the problem is the computer or the in between the keyboard and the chair. You know what I mean?
The first step of the CompTIA network plus troubleshooting methodology is identifying the problem, which includes approaching multiple problems individually and determining if anything has changed.
Yes, sir. Next.
Why are permanent cables run through conduit in a fiber optic cabling installation?
To protect cables from physical damage and environment factors.
A network professional is installing software onto every company computer and phone that requires several layers of protection for authentication. Which of the following terms is this description associated with?
Multi-factor. So we have multiple layers that are going on different devices. On all devices rather. So it's multi-factor. Network segmentation enforcement. That's a misdirect. 0 day has to deal with malware, and I believe 0 day means that it happens the moment the vulnerability it becomes existent. And then screened subnets.
An authentication technology or mechanism is considered strong if it combines the use of more than one authentication data type multi-factor. At layers 2 and 3, network segmentation enforcement is applied using a combination of virtual LANs and subnets. Each segment is a separate broadcast domain. A screened subnet uses 2 firewalls placed on either side of the perimeter network zone. The edge firewall restricts traffic on the external public interface and allows permitted traffic to the hosts in the perimeter zone subnet. A vulnerability that is exploited before the developer knows about it or can release a patch is called a 0 day.
Okay, I just thought of something. I have to write it down. I have to write it down, not on my phone. It can't be digital. Look at these cool Spider-Man pins I got. My girl got them for me. Okay. Moving on. So 0 day is a vulnerability that is exploited before the developers even know that it exists. Because if they would have known it existed, they probably would have taken care of it. All right, moving on. We're almost done. Well, I read it really fast in my head. I didn't. I'm a really fast reader in my head. I'm not a fast reader when I read out loud at all.
What is the primary security benefit of implementing MAC filtering on a switch?
It ensures only authorized devices can connect to the specified ports. Now, this does not factor in MAC spoofing. There's other things that are implemented to catch the MAC spoofing. This is really meant to make sure that certain devices go where they're supposed to go. It's not necessarily a security thing, although it is kind of. It's more of making sure that they are connected to their specific port.
The correct answer is that it ensures only authorized devices can connect to specific ports. MAC filtering is a critical security measure that restricts network access to authorized devices based on their MAC addresses, preventing unauthorized devices from connecting to the network. MAC filtering's primary purpose is access control, not directly preventing DDoS attacks, which involve overwhelming the network with traffic. MAC filtering controls access based on MAC addresses and does not involve data encryption. The primary goal of MAC filtering is to enhance security through access control, not to improve network speed.
So this is very similar to how a firewall can act as if it's a load balancer, but a firewall is not a load balancer. That's not really its primary function. That's not what it does. It just kind of does it a little bit, and sure, it helps, but that's not what it actually is. MAC filtering can help resist or make a deterrent for a DDoS attack, but that's not what it's meant for. Okay, just kind of a byproduct that it just kind of helps in that direction.
A restaurant chain's corporate offices connect via a hierarchical star network topology. What term does CompTIA use to describe the links that aggregate and distribute traffic from multiple different areas of the network?
Aggregate means to collect together. It's the backbone. It's not going to be infrastructure layer. It's not going to be access. It's not going to be control. Okay, we'll read through these real quick.
The term backbone describes the links that aggregate and distribute traffic from multiple different areas in the network. A virtual device, referred to as the software-defined network SDN controller, implements the functions of the control plane. An infrastructure layer is a group of devices that handle the actual forwarding of traffic and imposition of access control lists, ACLs, and other policy configurations for security. Access edge is where users and end devices plug into the network. This layer does not aggregate and distribute traffic from multiple different areas of the network.
Correct. All right, here we go. Next one. Oh, sorry.
What is the standard width for network appliances and server hardware designed for rack mounting?
19 inches. You just need to commit this to memory. 19 inches. Okay? Just put it in there. Put it in the old noggin.
A small business wants to make its website public. Two physical servers that host the website have load balancing configured. Each server has its own Internet Protocol IP address. Having only one public IP address from the Internet Service Provider ISP, what might a network administrator set up so the company's website can interface with public users?
A PAT. Now, we had some issues in some things with understanding PAT and dynamic NAT and things like that. That dynamic NAT question is totally crappy, and I'm really glad that it's not here. This is PAT. Like, this is where it assigns a port to all of the private IP addresses, so that way you only need one public IP address. Okay? Anyway, so that's what's going on with that. And we will just make sure that we understand.
Port address translation, PAT, is beneficial in cases where multiple private IP addresses are being mapped onto a single public address. Network address translation, NAT, is useful in scenarios where a single inbound connection to a single host must be supported. It is a simple one mapping.
Okay, so we are done with the review. We are going to do our, whoa. I swear. I swear straight to God. Okay, here we go. And I'll put that over here. Okay. I'm going to be back in 5 minutes. I got to go to the bathroom. And then we're going to get started with our practice test. So we're going to hit retake. Okay. Sweet. And just so that way you guys can see it. Wait, don't I have this? Whatever. Okay. I'll be back in like 5 minutes, okay? And then we'll get started with the practice test. Actually, you know what? I am going to do that. Let's do this. Okay. Sorry about that. When nature calls, you know what I'm saying? Also, my girl called me. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We are going to take this practice test, okay? We have an hour and 30 minutes to do it. We are going to knock it out. We're going to do it together. I'm going to kind of show you how I'm taking this test, what I'm thinking about, how I'm doing it, all of that stuff. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's get started with the practice test. And go. Okay, so a company's medium-sized data center is adding a 30th rack. So this is exactly the same question that we had earlier. Okay, starting with redundant uninterrupted power supplies UPS, redundant power distribution PDUs, and redundant layer 2 switches. The switches have been in production for a few years, so that means that they're already kind of like set up with up-to-date security settings, and the company will repurpose them with this new rack enclosure. Please bear with my reading out loud. Otherwise, I would have it read it for us. However, the switch is currently not set to segment traffic based on purpose, nor ensure other network devices can masquerade it as any network equipment. I can't read that word. I'm so sorry. Additionally, the UPS and PDU devices are brand new. Okay, so we have brand new power supplies, basically. Before adding other devices to the rack, data center administrators must set up each of the device for managing and monitoring. As one of the administrators, your task is to network these devices with defense in path strategies, mean multiple layers of stuff, to secure them against tampering and abuse. The switch will allow new devices in the rack to receive DHCP IP addresses for initial setup, which switch ports should all be available for initial setup to secure after monitoring. You must examine each device to determine each setting and configurations will properly harden it to prepare it to be prepare it to support rack server storage devices and other networks. So the PDU information, remotely manageable outlet metering and switching and support active integration. The UPS information is going to be unmanaged. Okay, so let's go and let's figure it out. So these are two switches that are already in use. They're already being used for things. So we do not need to change the default passwords. They've already been changed. We do need to enable DHCP snooping on there, so that way it kind of gives a little bit of extra protection. We do not need to configure port security because it's already configured. We do need to set up VLAN because it's being moved from one rack to another rack, and we don't need to disable unneeded switch ports because they're already disabled. This is a fresh out of the box PDU, power distribution unit, so everything needs to be set up. Now, even telnet access, I know your first instinct is like, hey, telnet access doesn't need to be involved, but it does. Uninterrupted power supply, that is going to be unmanaged, which means that none of this needs to be set up. Select the SNP protocol, the SNMP protocol, and manage the PDU device is going to be V3. And for this question right here, what action must you take to quickly get the newly mounted out-of-the-box device communicating with the network? And you're going to statically connect it with a IP address. Okay, so that is what's going on. Next. Okay, so As a system engineer, you manage the network and server infrastructure. You set up and maintain your company's domain name server records. Your task is to set up a mail server with the internet protocol IP address 192.168.2.10. Note, the domain name is plus.com. The mail server is mail.plus.com. IPv6 is that behemoth. And the external NDS server is 8.8.8.8.8. So our mail. Okay, let's fill this one out. So our resource record is quadruple A. I don't understand what the name should be. I know the value. The value is going to be this, right? I'm like 90% sure because that's what the scenario said. The scenario said that our IPv6 address 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is this one. Yes. But I don't understand what the name value is supposed to be. Do we have... Our IP address is 192.168.2.10. I'm going to say it's supposed to be male. Okay, and the reason I went with that is because it's an alias. Well, no, it should be this, right? So verify that the DNS has the proper MX record. So we're going to go with DNS lookup. We're going to type that. And this should be mail.plus.com. Result plus.com mail prefix 10 mail exchange mail.plus. Yes. Okay. I feel significantly better about that. I still think I got some things wrong. But we're going to continue because the clock is ticking. Okay. You are a junior network engineer with a medium-sized construction firm. They have multiple subnets to segregate traffic and only allow access between specific subnets. All subnets should be able to access the internet. You are troubleshooting communication issues in your company's network. Devices on the network can communicate within their subnets, but they encounter obstacles when trying to communicate to other subnets and the internet. To help, okay, so all subnets are having trouble connecting to the internet, the WAN, and each other, okay? To help resolve the issue, you want to determine which devices are likely causing the problems and thus require inspection first. Considerations. Subnet B should be able to access subnet A and cannot. Subnet B to subnet A, not happening, okay? But it can access the internet. Interesting. Subnet C should be able to access the internet, but none are able to. Subnet C has a few hosts with non-network connectivity. Now, this is very, very convoluted because it says devices on the network can communicate with their subnets, but they encounter obstacles when trying to connect to other subnets and the internet. They didn't say anything about subnet A, other than this little thing right here that's insinuating, and you know how I feel about that, that it cannot talk to the WAN. So we definitely need to figure out the firewall. We need to then inspect subnet B, because subnet B is not able to contact a subnet A. Could be an issue there. It might be the router. It might be subnet A. It might be this, but that's where we're going to start. Then we have subnet C, where we have some devices that don't have any type of network connectivity at all, and we have some that are completely, or no, all of them cannot connect to the internet, and some of them have no connectivity whatsoever, like no network settings at all. So we need to inspect this and the wireless router, and that should be it. We shouldn't have to check anything else. Okay, let's keep going. I'm also going to show you how I take tests too. Whoa. What are you doing? Oh, now's not the time to be a jokester. We're wasting time. Okay. A group of hackers uses Trojan backdoor malware to compromise thousands of zombie agent client computers with bot tools to create a botnet. This causes services on an internet host to fail and become unable to legitimate users. Which of the following terms describes the kind of attack? We have a DDoS attack. DDoS attack. That is exactly what we have. Okay. Sometimes you just have to hit a bunch of times. There it goes.
What term refers to the orientation of waves propagating from a wireless antenna?
Polarization. I believe, yes. Keep going. We don't have time to second guess.
After a site survey, the network technician finds that the single wireless 2.4 GHz GHE's access point AP in a large office floor space does not have a strong enough signal and is contending a significant amount of background noise and interference. What will these findings most likely limit on the AP's wireless signal?
It's going to limit its signal strength.
A systems administrator is setting up communications for sending content to other hosts that have identified themselves as interested in receiving the originating host's content. Which of the following methods should the administrator use?
A system administrator is setting up communications for sending content to other hosts that have identified themselves as interested in receiving the outgoing host content. This is a multicast scenario. Any cast, I don't remember what that has to do with it. That has to do with something completely different. Broadcast mean it goes out to everybody regardless. Unicast is a one-to-one. Next. A puppy.
Which of the following are configured when a device receives its IP configuration from a PIPA? Select two.
PIPA is going to be a subnet mask and an IP address. Next.
A systems administrator is setting up a static IP for a new server with a Class A IP scheme. Which of the following net masks is associated with a Class A address?
So that's going to be a subnet mask. A subnet mask has 4 octets. The first octet is going to be Class A, so therefore it's going to be 8. Octet means 8. Select 2. Don't get tricked.
Organizations must have mechanisms to detect and suppress fires. Which of the following are fire suppression systems an organization may need to implement? Select 2.
A cold site has nothing to do with this. That's the throwaway. That's where you have a warehouse that is empty, has no technology, and it's not set up. Okay. A generator is not going to be, it's either going to be fire extinguishers or it's going to be a sprinkler system. An organization must have mechanisms to detect and suppress fires. Last time I checked, a fire extinguisher does not detect fires. The person detects the fire and then uses the fire extinguisher. So it's going to be a sprinkler system. Okay. However, which of the following are fire suppression systems and organizations may need to implement? Okay. It says select 2, so we're going to select 2. Okay. Not a generator. Maximum transport unit. That's what that means.
A security analyst is looking at multiple packets from the same packet group. Which of the following fields corresponds to a conversation where it is broken apart due to the MTU size?
Which of the following fields corresponds? Checkism? Crap, it's either header or checkism. Which of the following fields responds to a conversation where it is broken apart due to the maximum transport unit size? I'm going to say header. I don't think checksism has anything to do with size. I think checksism has to do with security. Okay, we'll flag it.
An engineer is working on upgrading an aging network within the office. Most of the network cabling was installed nearly 20 years ago. The network runs into issues where users cannot efficiently access their emails, shared drives, and the internet. What is the aging network contributing to?
Network performance issues, network performance baseline, routing loops, multicast flooding. No, it's just network performance issues. It's getting bogged down. It's really messing with the bandwidth.
A network engineer has prepared a new switch for installation. What did the engineer configure on the new switch?
The baseline. The baseline is the information that is the default information that you must put in. It's not going to be NetFlow or link state or anything like that.
A security analyst from a major company approaches a systems administrator wanting to set up fake servers so that they can study activity that should not be happening and look for other signs of that activity in their environment. Which of the following are they trying to set up?
They're trying to set up a honeypot. They're trying to make it enticing for hackers or ill-doers, villains, whatever you want to call them. And they want to see how they are going to attack it and how that's going to work. So vulnerability assessment, this is a part of a vulnerability assessment, but what they're doing is not that. They would do a vulnerability assessment after the honeypot. Screenshot of subnet, a penetration test. Could also be a penetration test as well, but it's a honeypot.
A network architect reviews the statistics associated with a device in the management information base and reviews each of the stored parameters. What are the individual numeric parameters named?
I think, no, hold on. Let me go back and read this again. I think I might have moved too fast.
A security analyst from a major company approaches a systems administrator wanting to set up fake servers so that they can study activity that should not be happening and look for other signs of that activity in their environment. Which of the following are they trying to set up?
Preparation.
Penetration test.
Oh, penetration test. No, it's still honeypot. This should be OIDs. So, because we have an MIB, a management information base. These parameters are stored in the OIDs.
A network technician is natting and supernetting a Class B private address for their network. Which range should the technician use?
For a Class B, so that means it needs to be like 128 all the way to like 191, something like that. No, this is a puppy. This is C. This is B. A puppy. Yeah, you could also tell based off of the subnet mask, because 255, 255, 255, and then it's 10. Yeah, that's 1 octet. That's 2 octets. That's well, that's tricky because that's a puppy, and then that's 3 octets. But that's it.
What steps should you take first when troubleshooting overheating issues with network devices? Select 2.
Ensure good airflow around intake and outtake vents. Yes. Install additional RAM In the device, no. We're talking about airflow, not just heat. I mean, yes, if you have only one RAM stick and it's overworked, it's going to get really hot. But what you really want is airflow. Change the IP address for the device. That has nothing to do with the cooling. That goes back to what Oak's comment was earlier. Sir, let me give you a poppy IP address so your system runs cooler. That is not how that works. Keeps the device away from direct sunlight. That's the answer. Let's keep going. I'm going to have to start moving faster.
A security team is reviewing the authentication controls on the corporate network. Which of the following is an important reason for the team to implement role-based access and least privilege? Select 2.
To give rights to users implicitly? No. To gain issue sufficient rights to perform their job? Yes. To establish checks and balances against insider threats? To apply micro segmentations to systems? Ooh. I'm going to go with what I have. I'm going to flag it.
A network architect is looking for topologies commonly used in a variety of wide area networks, WANs implementations that use satellite and wired links. Which of the following topologies should they use?
Mesh. Oh, and by the way, Starlink is available for like all publics around the world, I believe. Or Skynet or whatever it is.
A user is having trouble downloading a file from a file server. A network technician checks the connection and that ping commands are receiving replies. The technician can also browse to the file server using the Windows Explorer. What should the technician begin to troubleshoot and why?
Ooh.
Select all that apply.
Okay. A user is having trouble downloading a file from a file server. The network technician checks the connection and that ping commands are receiving replies. Okay, that's good. The technician can also browse to the file server using the Windows Explorer. Technician can also browse the files server using the Windows Explorer. So what are we having trouble with? The network technician is okay. We're having trouble downloading the files from the file server, but we can ping it and we can browse it through a Windows browser. What should the technician begin to troubleshoot? If the files appear, any TCP flags. Ooh, man, this one's a tough one. TCP flags. I'm going to say these three. This one's tough. Okay, we're going to move on. So what I do, the way I take tests, especially when they're really big like this, I break it up into smaller chunks to make it easier. So we're actually going to start with 60 next, and we're going to go to the end, and then we'll do like, I don't know, we'll do another chunk. So that way it's like we close in on the middle. I don't know, it makes it easier in my brain.
A network engineer is tasked with configuring a new network segment for the marketing department. The department requires its own VLAN 50 to segregate its traffic from the rest of the company. The network consists of a layer 3 switch and multiple layer 2 switches. The engineer decides to use an SVI for VLAN routing. Which of the following commands should the engineer use to configure the SVI for VLAN 50 on the layer 3 switch?
Oh. Interface G1/1.50 encapsulation .1Q50. Switch port mode access VLAN. Interface VLAN 50 IP address. This is it. This is what you do for a Cisco switch. Okay, we're going to flag it because it's been a long time since I've done that.
A security analyst is setting up detections to look for unauthorized domain transfers from their external-facing DNS servers. Which of the following ports should they monitor?
UDP 53. This is real shitty that they did TCP 53 and UDP 53. But I'm pretty sure that UDP is receiving or giving, and then TCP is receiving or something. It's definitely one of these two. We're gonna flag this one as well. But it's none of these. It's not the other ones.
A network engineer has installed a new switch. What should the engineer check to troubleshoot the trunk port connected to the corporate network?
The link state. No, we're going to flag that one too. I'm not at 100%. I'm like 90%.
There are two ways a network administrator can manage network appliances on the network. One of the options is more secure and requires the administrator to physically go to the device and connect to it with a console cable. The second option allows the administrator to manage the appliance remotely, but is less secure and will only work if the network is up. What are the two management options described here?
Perfect. There we go. Inbound and outbound. Yes, just making sure I didn't accidentally click something. I'm trying to move fast because we have a timer.
A tech configures a medium-sized business to utilize an ad hoc approach when connecting wireless devices. These devices allow connections to and from each other. Which of the following applies to an ad hoc topology?
Ad hoc topology is going to be independent basic service set.
A custom client application is unable to communicate with the internal Internet Information Services (IIS) server. Pinging or establishing a telnet connection from a workstation to the server works normally using an IP address or FQDN. Which of the following are possible causes for this network issue? Select 2.
So the IIS service is not running. And TC ports are blocked. Damn it, I forgot what secure socket is. I always forget what secure socket is. Oh, I got to do a better job of remembering that. Okay, we're going to flag it.
When an Ethernet Cat5 or Cat6 cable has individual wires crimped to the wrong spot, what is the term for this?
Incorrect pinout. Next question.
On the multi-floor office, the staff is deploying multiple switches and there must be multiple broadcast domains. A layer 2 switch with a single broadcast domain requires more bandwidth as more hosts are connecting to it. How can these switches be set up to accommodate the network architecture?
Configuration multiple VLANs can. I don't know if that's going to increase bandwidth.
On the multi-floor office, the staff is deploying multiple switches, and there must be multiple broadcast domains. The layer 2 switch with a single broadcast domain requires more bandwidth as more hosts are connecting to it. How can these switches be set up to accommodate the network architecture?
I don't think. Wait. How should these switches be set up to accommodate the architecture? Set up a spanning tree protocol? But that doesn't. Support each. Set up trunk port. The setup spanning tree protocol is either the throwaway or it's the answer. I'm going to go with it. Never dwell on a question for too long.
A network technician is trying to determine which digital communication frequencies would be best at penetrating through the solid surfaces of the walls. Which of the following would be the best solution for the network technician?
Okay. So my initial reaction is 2.4 because I was always told, this was years ago, that 2.4 can go through walls better than 5G can. However, 5G's way better now. I'm going to go with we're going to then this is also like a phone, 3G, 4G, 5G. No, dang, dude, I'm going with it. I'm going with my gut.
What happens if both sides of a link aggregation are set to passive mode?
Ooh.
A bonded channel is created with increased latency. A bonded channel is created with reduced bandwidth. No bonded channel is created. The physical links are disabled.
So what happens if both sides of a link aggregation, meaning a collection, are set to passive mode? No bonded channel is created because they're both waiting for the other one. Yes. I feel confident about that.
An online company is seeing a quick customer growth in the utilization of custom online services. The company has forecasted a 300% increase of customer usage during the summer and currently cannot support this. Which of the following cloud solutions should the company consider when providing ongoing services to its customers? Select 2.
Hybrid. And the utilization of custom online services. Is growing utilizing of custom online services. The company has forecasted, man, dude, my mustache is messing with my nose. 300 increase of customer usage during the summer and is currently not supported. I'm going to say private model and hybrid model. Because there's not enough information for why it would need, because it says online company is seeking a quicker, seeing a quick consumer growth in the utilization of custom online services. Which of the following cloud solutions could the company consider when providing ongoing services to the customer? Okay, well, it says cloud, so maybe ISS. Let's go.
A network administrator wants to authenticate server machines using Transport Layer Security (TLS). What can the administrator implement on the servers to validate the server's identity and establish a secure transmission channel?
Kerberos, whatever you want to call it. A network administrator wants to authenticate several machines using Transport Layer. What can the administrator implement on a server, on the servers to validate server identity and establish a secure transmission channel? I'm going to say Cerberus.
A dental office has a wide-range wireless access point AP configured to support the internal office network. The owner has requested to allow customers to connect to the AP for free Wi-Fi internet access. What should the network administrator configure to separate customer wireless sessions from each other and the internal office network? Select all that apply.
You need to enable a guest network, enable password complexity, enable MAC filtering. Okay, what should the network administrator configure to separate the customer wireless session from each of the other internal office networks? I'm going to say MAC filtering. And enable client isolation. I don't know what that is in the context of this. It's okay, I can see MAC filtering because you have the staff and you have the guest, and only certain Macs are allowed on the staff. I understand enabling guest network. That one totally makes sense. But enabling client isolation or enabling password complexity, I'm going to imagine password complexity because the staff one probably is going to have a password and the guest is probably not going to have one. We'll flag it. Remember to come back to it.
What allows fine-grained control over traffic parameters?
Quality of service.
Which of the following solutions is designed to switch traffic to an alternative processing node?
Load balancer.
A user is having trouble connecting to the company's Wi-Fi network. The user has verified that the password is correct and the network is available. What is the most likely issue with the device not connecting?
TLS settings. Triple A. So that's What does TLS stand for again? Is one of these questions. It was here. Transport layer security. Probably not. I think it's going to be the AAA server. We'll flag it.
A new network device handles local printing traffic by analyzing media access control MAC addresses. Which of the following is most likely the new device?
Switch. Switch deals with Macs.
A network professional is installing software onto every company computer and phone that requires several layers of protection for authentication. Which of the following terms is this description associated with?
Multi-factor.
What step of the CompTIA network plus troubleshooting methodology involves determining if anything has changed?
Very first one, because you have to figure out what was it before and has anything changed? Was it always working? Has it always been doing this kind of thing?
Engineers are surveying a newly acquired set of buildings as part of an organizational acquisition. The facilities are a few hundred yards from one another. On-site IT staff indicate that there is a fiber connection between the buildings, but it has been very unreliable and often does not work. What will the engineers most likely conclude to be the problem?
Okay. Engineers are surveying a newly acquired set of buildings as part of an organizational acquisition. The facilities are a few hundred yards apart. Few hundred yards apart, okay? From one another. Crap, they used yards. Okay, a few hundred yards apart. On-site IT staff indicate that there is a fiber connection between the buildings, but it has been very unreliable and often does not work. What will the engineers most likely conclude is the problem? Multi-mode fiber, because they said it's only a few hundred yards apart. A single mode fiber is like huge. Like I think the shortest single mode fiber is 5 kilometers, which is 3 miles, give or take. So that means that's what that is. Twin axle has nothing to do with fiber. F-type connectors, coaxial. I'm going with it. I'm not even going to flag it.
How does CIDR use bits in network addressing?
It uses bits normally assigned to the network ID to mask the subnet complexity. Allocates all bits to nope. Assigns bits randomly. Nope. It excludes using nope. It's what it is. It's what it do, Yugi.
A wiring professional terminates the ends of some coaxial cables. Which one of these connectors can the professional use?
If you terminated some coaxial cables, then it's going to be an F-type. This is fiber. This is like Cat5 or phone. This is fiber. That's actually a fiber input. And then this is coaxial.
What is the most likely cause of a network experiencing continual bottlenecks?
It's going to be device-related issues, occasional video conferencing. Occasional is not continual. Seasonal is not continual. Scheduled is not continual.
A network architect is looking for a method process component that would help secure the network by not allowing unknown devices to forward packets. By ensuring that MAC addresses are becoming matched, what is assisting in protecting the network?
think it's this. It's either CSMA/CD or port security. There's two of them. There's CSMA/CD, and then there's another one. They like go hand in hand. Got a whisker in my mouth. For something in my body is telling me that it's CD, but my reasoning skill says that it's probably port security, because by ensuring the MAC addresses are becoming matched, what is assisting in protecting the network? A network architect is looking for a method/process component that will help secure the network by not allowing unknown devices to forward packets. By ensuring that MAC addresses are becoming matched, what is assigned? I'm gonna go with port security. We're gonna flag it. I need to hurry up, otherwise I'm gonna run out of time.
A network administrator is tasked with enhancing the security of their company's network. The administrator decides to implement port security on the company's switches to prevent unauthorized devices from connecting to the network. After configuring port security, the network administrator notices that a particular port on a switch keeps getting disabled, even though the device connected to it is authorized. Which of the following would be the most likely reason for this issue?
Okay, this is really important. We're going to listen to this again because it might give us the answer for this. Okay, because it's talking about port security. Let's listen to it again.
A network administrator is tasked with enhancing the security of their company's network. The administrator decides to implement port security on the company's switches to prevent unauthorized devices from connecting to the network. After configuring port security, the network administrator notices that a particular port on a switch keeps getting disabled, even though the device connected to it is authorized. Which of the following would be the most likely reason for this issue?
The port is set to shut down mode by default when no. The port security is configured to a maximum of 2 MAC addresses. So that is correct. So port security determines how many MAC addresses can get through a port. So that means that a network architecture is looking for a method, blah, 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 for a network by not allowing unknown devices to forward packets. It wouldn't be known, so then it wouldn't go through, right? That's what I'm thinking. The port security is configured to this. Admin decides to implement port security on the company's switches to prevent unauthorized devices. It could still not be it. It doesn't really say one way or another, in my opinion, based off of my knowledge.
A user submits a help ticket, indicating that they only have 1 bar of signal at their desk. What issue is the user having in regard to wireless access?
Distance. The key here is at their desk. They got up, went to the corner, maybe they would have more.
Network administrators are concerned that social engineering tactics may allow external threat actors to retrieve confidential user information to access the network. When combined with spoofing techniques, what type of attack can persuade or trick users into interacting with a malicious resource disguised as a trusted one?
Okay. Network administrator are conducting a social engineering tactic are concerned that social engineering tactics may allow external threat actors to receive confidential information, user information to access the network. Hold on. I think it's piggybacking. I just want to read it one more time.
Network administrators are concerned that social engineering tactics may allow external threat actors to retrieve confidential user information to access the network. When combined with spoofing techniques, what type of attack can persuade or trick users into interacting with a malicious resource disguised as a trusted one?
No, it's going to be phishing. Piggybacking is when it's done when you're tricked to do something. You willingly let them come into the office. Like the honeypot. There's a scientist, government scientist, and there's a hot girl that he thinks he's going to be able to get with, and she seems really interested in his work, so he takes her to the office to impress her. I think that's it. We're going to flag it to be safe, because I'm not, like, I'm like 87% there.
Which of the following best describes the primary purpose of a lessons learned
Lessons learned session is to finalize project budget, to review project outcomes, both negative and positive, and identify improvements for future projects. Yes. All right, here we go. We're going to go 20 to 30, and then we'll go 50 to 60.
In which of the following tables does a NAT router store port numbers and their associated private IP address mappings?
In which of the following table does a NAT router store port numbers and their associated private IP address? Crap. Which of the following does a NAT router? It's going to be stored in the routing table because it's a layer 3 thing. It's not a layer 2 thing. MAC, ARP are both layer 2, so they're not. That's not what it is. Translation table, I'm not entirely certain what that is. So it could be a translation table where it translates the routing port to the IP address, but I'm pretty sure it's the routing table.
Which of the following scenarios best illustrates the use of PAT? CompTIA network plus a company with a large block of public IP addresses assigns one to each employee's device.
No.
A small business with a single public IP address allows multiple employees to access the internet simultaneously.
Yes.
A home user assigns static IP addresses to gaming consoles for online play. An organization uses multiple public IP addresses to host different services on the internet.
No. Well, An organization uses multiple public IP addresses to host different services on the internet. That is very familiar to how CompTIA described it. A small business with a single IP address allows multiple employees to access the internet simultaneously. That's how it's used today. Who assigns static IP addresses to gaming consoles? Like, who goes into their PS5 and is like, hey, this is your IP address? We're gonna flag this one because I have a feeling that I'm wrong.
An engineer connects two network devices together that do not have the auto MDI MDIX enabled by default. Devices each have a medium-dependent interface MDI port. For the devices to properly communicate with one another, the engineer uses which type of cable?
Okay, so an engineer connects two network devices. Crossover. For the device to properly communicate with one another. This is kind of a tricky one because you might say that a switch is a network device, which it is. But I'm taking network devices, meaning a network layer. So it's going to be a crossover cable. This is a crappy question. The devices each have a medium dependent interface. I feel like this might be relevant or irrelevant. It's definitely not bidirectional, and it is not duplex. We'll flag it just so that way we can review it to make sure that of what it's actually saying when it says network devices.
A network specialist wants to use a widely accepted dial-in user service that allows access over switches, wireless networks, and virtual private networks. What dial-in user service would meet the needs of the specialist and organization?
I remember this one. I thought it was TACX Plus, but it's actually Radius because TACX Plus does more than what Radius is, and TACX Plus is more Cisco although it does work with radius, but radius is the main thing of what it's doing here. If it labeled like if ports are going to be up or down, it'd be TACX plus.
What kind of traffic is referred to as north-south in a data center?
Oh, traffic between servers within. No, that would not be north-south. That would be east-west. Traffic exclusively within server no. Internal emails, no. The clients outside the data center. So any type of thing that is outside of the upper echelon, the core.
A company named Specs has solicited the use of cloud services and has chosen a platform as a service PaaS product from Oracle with an Oracle database. The company will use this platform to build custom applications on thin clients based in the cloud. Which of the following is true about this scenario?
I struggle with these.
All Oracle software suites are included. Application security is handled by Specs. Server security is handled by the Specs. Servers are configurable by Specs.
Okay. So we have platform as a service, the product from Oracle with the Oracle database. So that means the application security is handled by Specs. It's not all Oracle software suites are included. No, because if the software was included, it would be software as a service, not platform as a service. We're doing platform as a service because we're... Server security is not... Whoa! Server security, that would be infrastructure. So that means server security is handled by Specs. Application security is handled by Specs. Servers are configurable. No, that would be the other one, the IaaS. Okay, we're going to flag this one because I'm pretty sure I'm right. If I am, then that means that I understand that stuff better than I thought. If not, then that means I haven't changed.
A network administrator is setting up the protocol for identifying routes within an autonomous system. Which of the following protocols is the network administrator using?
This is an autonomous system which is used in IGP. RIP is also a protocol that is in the IGP. IGP is like the umbrella. EGP, I'm not sure what that is. But I know that IGP is the answer. Did I click the right one? Yes. Okay. Just making sure. I don't want to get something wrong because I clicked it wrong.
A network engineer must build out a server application for the business's mail server. The engineer determines each component that is needed and how they will function holistically. What is the name of the process that the engineer is using?
Configuration. There's no other thing that could it be.
An employee in a branch office is accessing resources in a building at the headquarters location over a virtual private network, VPN. The gateway at the branch office establishes a VPN connection with the gateway at the headquarters office. Which of the following terms correctly identifies the deployment of this VPN?
Site-to-site VPN. You would think that it might be split tunnel versus full tunnel, but no. They didn't talk anything about a split tunnel. Clientless VPN means that they don't have to have an application. They can access it through just the web browser. Virtual desktop, no.
A network engineer is troubleshooting a problem where a server cannot communicate with remote servers outside of its network. The engineer verifies that the server can ping its loopback address, its own IP address, and the default gateway without any issues. However, attempts to ping remote servers time out. The engineer suspects a routing issue. What should the network engineer check first to diagnose the problem?
This is the worst. So basically, it can ping its loopback, its own IP address, and default gateway without any issue. However, attempts to ping remote servers time out.
The routing table on the router for any incorrect or missing routes. The physical network connections between the server and the router. The IP address configuration on the remote servers. The server's firewall settings for any rules blocking ICMP packets.
It's either this one or this one. It's either the routing table has incorrect or missing routes, or the servers. Because, however, when attempt to ping remote servers, timeout. The server's firewall setting for any rules that are blocking ICMP packets. We're going to flag it. Okay. Let's go. 50.
An administrator is planning for disaster recovery. The owner specifies that if the systems are down for longer than 48 hours in any given situation, the business would not be able to recover financially. What disaster recovery metric does this scenario represent?
So, it's not configuration, it's not state. It's either going to be RTO or RPO. Rapid time occurrence or something. I don't know. I just know that C stands for time. This is the shit. That is the amount of time that you can be down and still function. RPO is the amount of data loss. It's a point. So like RPO is you started Fallout 3 and you saved as soon as you left out of the vault. You got all the way to the point where you were about to do the water purification thing and the electricity cuts out and your Xbox dies. You now have to restart all the way back over because you didn't have a save point. So you lost over, what would that be, like 6 hours, 8 hours of gameplay, right? That's what that would be. So if my backup is at 5 o'clock and it's 5:30 and then I lose it, I only lost 30 minutes of data. So this is saying that we can be, our systems can be down for 4 weeks and we'll be okay. But anything past that is completely like no turnaround. Like there's no recovery. So recovery time, that's what it is. Recovery point something, recovery time. The owner specifies that if the system is down for longer than 48 hours in any situation, the business would not be able to recover financially. So it's going to be RTO.
What is the primary purpose of network access control, NAC?
Authenticate endpoints before they fully connect to the network, manage network traffic, the monitor network performance to increase the speed of network connection. Network control, network access control. It has to do with authentication. Either that or just managing network traffic. We're going to go with that one. We'll flag it.
A network technician is looking at various administrative distances to see which route would be selected first. Which of the following would have the lowest administrative distance?
Oh man, this is crappy because they didn't put static as the answer. Static has 1. Unknown is out because that's 255. It's one of these two. And it's like 90 or 100 or something like that. I think it's that one.
A network administrator is trying to set up IP assignments to be automatic for all broadcast domains. How can the administrator enable this for routers?
Okay, a network administrator is trying to set up IP assignments to be automatic. Oh. DHCP relay? I want to know what the difference between dynamic assignment and dynamic host. No, you know, it's got to be dynamic host relay. Right? Yeah.
There has been a system breach on the corporate network utilizing the installation of particular software.
Okay.
The security manager asks for a report to show which computers have this software installed on them. What data should the security administrator investigate to provide the requested information?
Okay. There has been a system breach on the corporate network utilization, the installation of practice software, the security manager there has been a system breach on the corporate network utilizing. Why am I having a hard time comprehending this? There has been a system breach on the corporate network utilizing the installation of particular software. So there's a breach on the network when it dealing with this certain software. The security manager asks for a report to show which computers have this software installed on it. So that's what it is. We want the syslog. The syslog is going to show what has things that have been installed on it. The audit is going to be who was logged in, who wasn't logged in. What data would the security administrator investigate? Okay. Net flow data would be the to and from data and where it's coming and where it's coming from. CRC, I'm not sure, and it's not going to be encapsulation issue errors. That was a tough one.
A network consultant is doing IT contingency planning and is trying to identify likely points of failure for the network. Which of the following would the consultant identify as single points of failure in need of upgrades for added redundancy? Okay. Select 2.
There's a lack of load balancing device. Could be. The main server is set up for full backup operations. Nope, that's not what we're looking for. Fail points. There's a single power supply for critical server. That is a fail point. A backup power generator is available on site. No. So this is it. There's no other thing.
A Windows server has recently been remotely joined to the domain by a network admin and is now known as ismarketing01.redwood.local. When pinging the server using its fully qualified domain name FQDN, the reply fails. When trying to remote access the server using the same FQDN, the session does not connect. Applying a divide and conquer approach, where would a network admin most likely begin to resolve this issue?
It is going to do it at the beginning with the layer 3. Yep.
What is the primary purpose of using a dedicated VLAN for voice traffic?
To reduce the cost of network node, to prioritize voice traffic over other types of data packets. Yes, absolutely. Okay. To simplify network, to increase. No, this is what it is. Man, I'm really cutting it close. Oh, come on, dude. Okay.
A security administrator is investigating recent logins to a server that has been compromised. Which log should the administrator view to check recent logins?
That is audit logs, because that deals with the logins and logouts. The syslog deals with like the actual infrastructure of like what has been installed, what has not been installed, and things like that.
A network administrator wants a network switch to authenticate attached devices before activating their port on the switch. When combined, which authentication methods provide the means to validate a client's access to the network before being allowed access? Select 2.
Man. When combined, which authentication method provided the means to validate a client's access to the network before being allowed? I don't think TaxX Plus does that. I think it's these two. That's total gut. Because I don't think it would be local authentication. Wants to authenticate attached devices before IEEE 802.1x. What is that? Can't remember. I remember that I used to know it. I don't know what EAP is. I'm guessing. Okay. We'll do four. No, we'll do 31. No, we'll do 40.
A help desk technician is trying to see if a user is receiving an IPv6 link local address. Which of the following performs this task for IPv6?
Slack. Slack does a lot of things. The EUI64, that has to do with IPv4 trying to talk to IPv6. A POPI is like link local things. VIP, I don't remember what that is, but it has nothing to do with it.
What does zero-touch provisioning ZTP in the context of SDN refer to?
Automatic network configuration has nothing to do with manual or physical. That's the exact opposite. Those are throwaways. Disabling the network configuration capabilities, no.
A multi-tenant third-party cloud service that is available via the internet can be described as which of the following cloud delivery models?
Okay, multi-tenant. It's not going to be community. I think it's going to be public.
A security administrator is investigating anomalous activity from a particular host. The administrator looks in DNS and sees the following address: 1.1051, 98.in-adyr.arpa. What type of record is this?
It's a pointer record. I thought it was a canonical name, but that's not it. It's a pointer.
A network administrator is deciding which session control protocol they should use for their environment. Which of the following would they use?
A network administrator is deciding which session control protocol. EGP? There's no way that would be RIP. We're going to flag that because I don't remember what SIP is or RTP is.
What is the first step in diagnosing VLAN assignment issues using ping?
What is the first step in diagnosing VLAN assignment issues using ping? Ping remote server. Oh, ping the loopback address. Then the host own IP address. Yes.
A network engineer conducts a redundancy check and identifies that interference exists due to a poor quality cable. What is this issue called?
CRC error. It's not going to be logging levels. And the network engineer, a network engineer conducts a redundancy check to identify that interfaces exist due to a poor quality cable. Oh, interference exists due to poor quality cables. What is this called? CRC error? I don't know what CRC is, but it's not going to be MIB and it's not going to be logging levels. We'll flag it.
The end-to-end or host-to-host layer is another name for which layer?
Transport. Yes, it's not physical, it's not data. It's either application or transport. I'm pretty sure it's transport. Come on, dude, do the thing.
A criminal creates a phishing scheme to trick a user into clicking a malicious link. As a result, the user is no longer able to access their work files. A pop-up message on the computer states that without paying a fee, the files are lost forever. Which attack type has the criminal executed on the user's files? Select 2.
Ransomware and crypto malware.
During a video conference, participants experience sudden drops in video quality and occasional freezes. Which of the following metrics should be closely monitored to diagnose the issue?
Bandwidth. Ooh, number of connected users. Hold on.
During a video conference, participants experience sudden drops in video quality and occasional freezes. Which of the following metrics should be closely monitored to diagnose the issue?
Latency and jitter. Man, that makes sense. Number of connected users makes sense, but that would also be bandwidth. So it's really just latency and jitter or bandwidth. It also doesn't say that it's happening anything else. I'm going to say latency and jitter because it's not insinuating that's happening on any other thing other than just this video call.
An email administrator is setting up records for their new cluster of mail servers. What must each of their MX records point to?
A root MX record. Did I flag that? I did. Okay. Flag this one too.
Wired equivalent privacy WIP and WI-Fi. Protected access WPA. Both utilize which of the following encryption ciphers?
It is going to be RC4. We just learned that today.
A new office floor uses high-gloss, shiny tile on the walls and on the building's inside pillars. Employees are reporting connectivity issues and slow download speeds. Which of the following is the most likely reason for the reported issues?
Reflecting. All right.
After an employee in the Human Resources HR department opens an email, the employee's computer becomes unresponsive. A network technician checks the network to verify that there is nothing abnormal about the network's bandwidth. Since the network is not acting abnormally, what resources are likely being attacked on the employee's computer?
Memory.
Select
and
2.
Memory and CPU usage.
To allow users to access their Windows workstations remotely using the native Windows Remote Desktop connection, what port should be opened up in any security appliance?
Crap. See, my first knee-jerk reaction is like, it's not Telnet. Telnet's like super bad. Like, don't use Telnet. It's not secure. LDAP. I think it's, we're going to say LDAP. I'll be really pissed if it's Telnet.
What is the primary goal of a Mac flooding attack?
To exhaust the memory used to store the MAC address table. To increase, no. To encrypt the data, no. To interfere with the switch, no. This is what it is. All right, next.
A service provider is negotiating a service level agreement, SLA, with a client involving the repair of broken server nodes when failure occurs. The service provider mentions a prior contract that included about 20 billable hours a month, which involved the repair of about 5 servers a month. What
Okay.
is the MTTR mean time to repair for this scenario?
20 hours divided by 5 repairs equals 4 hours. Yes, let's go.
A company plans a network run to a warehouse behind its main office building. The distance is short, and to save money, the IT engineer suggests using a specific type of fiber cabling. Which
Multi-mode
cable type
fiber.
would the engineer most likely recommend implementing, based on the given criteria?
Copper. Single mode is for like 5 to 80 kilometers. It's going to be multi-mode. And single mode is way more expensive too. Last one, let's do it.
A network technician is tasked with determining the site technological capabilities of each building in the organization. When looking at the current building, the technician confirms that the building is currently empty but has the approved equipment install permits on site. What type of site is represented by this scenario?
The building is currently empty. It is a cold site. That means that there's nothing in the building. The equipment is in the building, but it's on setup. The equipment's in the building and it's set up and has everything that it needs. Okay, so that should be it. Let's find out how we did. Yes, I'm sure. 85. Let's go. Let's go. All right. I feel way better. Way better about that. Like significantly better. Now what we're going to do is I'm going to take a break. I'm going to eat something and then we're going to come back probably around 3 or 4. Give myself a little bit of break. And wow, it says almost ready. I need a 90 to be ready. And then we're gonna come back and we're gonna do we're gonna do these. And we're gonna do these labs. Yeah. But first, let's do a quick little. I just want to review the questions. We're not gonna go through all of them. What? I got 18 out of 19. No. What action must you take to quickly get an actively mounted out-of-the-box device communicating with the network? Configure the static IP address. No. Return. Results. 2. Dang it. Results. 2. Oh, wait. It says it was wrong. So what's the answer? No specific. Oh. Okay. Well, hold on. Let's go back to... Okay. I did significantly better. Wow. Nice. That's like way better. And this one is all correct too. Fantastic. Okay. Oh, sequence number. Okay. This one was to establish checks and balances against insider threats. Okay, that's what I clicked. Give rights to users implicitly. I really thought that was not right. Okay. Translation table. Dang it. I knew it was going to be one of those two. I got that one right. Got that one right. Crossover. Okay, good. I feel good about that. This one. Appliance security handled by specs. We'll have to go into depth with that one. Server firewall settings. Sweet. No, that was what I picked. With the routing table on the router for any incorrect routes. Okay, that makes sense. A record. See, I thought it was a record at first. But a record has to do with IPv4. I had no idea what this one was. Not a clue. I'm glad it's not Telnet. Public. Yes. Okay, good. I don't know what these are. CRC error. I don't know what a CRC is. Cycle redundancy check. Okay. Transport. Sweet. I understand that. I feel way stronger about that. Latency and jitter. Good. I'm really glad that was not bandwidth. Authentic endpoint before it fully connects to the network. What's the purpose? Okay. I was very uncertain with that one. See, my gut was telling me it was this, but I just could not remember what that was. Okay. Yes, I knew that that was correct, but I hadn't done this. This is a Cisco. This is a Cisco monitoring. Okay. If you're just joining, I just finished doing the practice test. If you're just now joining us. 1 second. 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 1 second This one, man. TCP port 53, UDP port 53. Like, no one fully understands what's going on with that. Like, multiple AIs, multiple Google searches, multiple articles say conflicting information. Link state. Good. I'm glad that was the answer. That was with the trunk port. The service is not running. TCP port. I knew that was the answer, but I was still very uncertain with it. We're going to have to go back on that one. Configuring multiple VLANs. Interesting. I really thought it was set up as spanning tree protocol. Good. I was very worried about that. I was worried about if there was a new thing or whatever is going on. Okay, I'm glad I was right about that. Okay, hybrid model and ISS. That makes total sense based off of what the question was asking. Certificates. We're going to have to look at that a little bit more too. Select all that apply. And I selected this one and these two. It was actually only two. We're going to have to go over that one. 65. Encryption protocol mismatch. We'll have to look at that. Port security. Good. This is the one that I couldn't remember what that was, and I thought that was what it was. What is it? Let's look at it real
The
real
Ethernet
fast.
protocol governing contention and media access is called Carrier Sense Multiple Access with Collision Detection, CSMA-CD.
Okay. It has to deal with collisions. This has to do with buses. Collision detection and collision avoidance. That's what it is. That's why it's CD and CA. What was this one? Phishing. Yeah. What is piggybacking? When the attacker enters a secure area with employees' permission. So I was correct about that. Sweet. So I feel significantly better about it. Okay, just go back to my results. The one that I still did the worst on is network concepts. I don't know if that's necessarily good. 5 points away from CompTIA saying that I'm ready. We're going to come back at it around 4-ish or so. I'm going to give myself a little bit of a break. I'm going to eat something. I'm going to relax. I'm going to look at something that's not this. And then we are going to look at this, my crap that expires tomorrow. And then we are also going to look at these labs as well. I feel confident about taking the test this week or next week. I feel good about it. But I want to make sure that I understand those performance-based questions. Okay? Those PBFs or PBQs. I don't know why I said Fs. So we're going to come back and this is what we're going to work on when we come back. So if you enjoyed the content, if you like the content, like, subscribe, tell a friend, come back at 4 o'clock. We're going to come back around 4 o'clock and we're going to do more of these labs, more of this performance-based stuff so that way we can start applying what we actually know. Follow me on Instagram, all that stuff. I will catch you guys later. Makala Checo.